This season of Give Up After 3 is brought to you by the book of the same name, Give Up After 3, a historical analysis of Sherlock's lost final episode, where I take all of the research we've done from the show across the seasons and all of the learnings and findings and condense that into a full academic book. It's fun, it's lighthearted, but it also has a lot of the more interesting things we discovered and worked through. So if you want a way to support the show and also get something really interesting, you can find that at zeroindent.com/store. That's zeroindent.com/. I may have spent some money.
I think you spent a little more than I did.
I like your hat. It's very good.
I would much rather have your cloak there, to be honest. That looks very nice.
Listen, the hardest part. So the hardest part about this, by the way, this is like the full. It's the Sherlock coat.
Nice.
Yeah. I spent probably an irresponsible amount of money on this, given the current state of the economy. But I ordered this at the end of season 2. It has taken that long to arrive, so that's sort of what
that is proper planning, though. I mean,
that's true.
Like you're emulating these people that we watch, and you planned ahead to the very end of the episode. I mean, you probably ordered them in threes because you were trying to stick to some predetermined script that never paid out in the end.
This is the episode of the show where I finally murdered Darth.
It's also the one that I've watched the most. For some ungodly reason, I've watched it like every single day for the past week.
Yeah, I don't know how else to explain the bizarreness of our text exchanges, but basically, like, so I watched this 3 times in preparation for this. Darth, how many times have you watched this episode now?
I think it's around 5, but I've lost count because it's just been constantly playing in the background a lot.
It's so upsetting to hear. Boy. I do have some bubbles to mark the occasion. There you go. What have you
Cheers.
got?
It is a lovely aged 12 minutes Hawaiian punch.
Hawaiian punch.
Because I did not plan ahead to have bourbon or whiskey available.
What's in a Hawaiian punch?
I had those little squirters you put in water that flavors it of some flavor, and I stuck some different. Are those not over there? I assume those were everywhere.
What?
Those little. They're like little flavor packets, kind of, that you just put in water and it turns it into like juice, basically.
Talking about cordial?
And there's all kinds of different brands or whatever. But I was just going for something that would like match the backdrop of my my beautiful red velvety background here.
It's very luxurious. Did you order a felt wall? Like,
I might. No, I probably don't want to show pictures because it'll spoil the magic. But I have a weighted blanket that has this beautiful red velvet covering, and I just unzipped and undid, which took way too long, and then tacked it up to my backdrop here. So, yeah.
Well,
a lot of,
I feel like we've done a lot of prep this episode.
Yes.
Oh yeah, here you go. I think you got a bit of. Oh, that's weird. I don't know if I like that. Oh, that's weird, man. That's oddly voyeuristic. I'm not sure about that.
You don't want to watch yourself while you're...
Somehow not really. Well, I mean, cheers, we fucking made it. I cannot believe it. We made it to the final episode of the show. If you're listening to this, pour yourself a glass of something, because my goodness gracious me, we have made it all the way through BBC show. I didn't think... It was pretty touch and go during season 3, I felt. We were both pretty cold on the show.
It wasn't just season 3. There have been off and on times throughout this entire process. And we're talking about it like we're done already. We have to get through like the next 4 hours.
Oh yeah, we've got like 4 hours of this, and then we've got a whole other episode that we're doing.
Yeah, we're celebrating too early. Is my point.
That's why the champagne's here. It's to assist us through this difficult time. For the humble listener at home, due to the time difference, it is 9 a.m. for me here, so today's going to be a real roller coaster. And I'm definitely going to have to take this coat off at some point because it's so hot. But we'll see how long we can get through. Okay, so if you hadn't guessed it already, this week we are talking about The Final Problem, which is Season 4, Episode 3 of Sherlock. It was directed by Benjamin Caron. It was written by the one true pairing, Mark Gatiss and Stephen Moffat. It originally aired on the 15th of January 2017. It opened to 9 million UK viewers. This episode contains pretty heavy topics of suicide, depression, and self-harm. This one, in true Moffat fashion, the title comes from the Doyle short story, The Final Problem, but the plot itself contains elements from The Adventure of the Musgrave Ritual, The Adventure of the Three Garrett Deads, and The Adventure of Gloria Stout. Aside from your just absolutely ludicrous text messages, what did you think of this episode?
I've been trying to narrow down why this episode has fascinated me, because I think that this episode has intrigued me more than every single one before it, and I've been trying to figure out exactly why. And I think what it is that this one has the most promise in all of the ideas, but the worst execution of all of those ideas. So for like every scene, I'm like, oh, this could have been amazing, but it sucks.
Yeah.
And with most of the other episodes, it's like, okay, this scene isn't too bad. All right, this scene sucks, but this scene isn't too bad. But with this one, it feels like almost every single scene is terrible, but could have been like groundbreaking if they had done things differently.
That's so
this
fascinating. Okay, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Yes. That's a really good assessment. Interesting, because I had a pretty similar experience where I was like, man, these ideas kind of cool. Some of them I was like, wow, this is the goofiest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But other ones, like there are certain moments and bits and pieces where I'm like, oh yeah, this maneuver is really interesting. Oh, why did it play out like that? Yeah, definitely. A bit of spoiler, I had a miserable time watching this the first time, had a better time the second time, and then the third time I watched it, I was watching it with the knowledge that you enjoyed it, which made the bad parts somehow more, like, thrilling, where I was like, oh, this is shit. How's Darth brain with this? Oh, what's he gonna reckon about this? So I had a really good
I can just
time
imagine you yelling at the screen, and you're like, how does Darth like this?
It's not that far off from the actual experience. I'm gonna have to take this. It's like 30 degrees here. 30 degrees Celsius. So hot. Here, he can go on the chair. It's like a proper winter coat, like it's insulated and shit. Like it was very expensive.
That's cool. And
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you really need that in Australia a good bit of the time. Right?
Yeah, like 2 days a year. Yeah.
I'm right there with you, because I'm in the like south of the U.S. and so we like don't get snow at all. But I love like winter coats, and I love the cold. So I'm like, I don't know why I have all of these winter coats, because I never get to use them.
Yeah, I just go visit my friends in Melbourne, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's cold here all the time. Great. Okay, let me get through the summary. Unless you have any other thoughts at the top, or should we just get stuck into it? Because we're going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I wanted to address up front, which is something I had said before, was this is the most difficult episode to talk about without talking about the entire episode at once, because every scene is recontextualized once you know the ending. Mm-hmm. So I had said to you that I think at the very beginning, let's talk about the ending, so then every scene from then on, we don't have to talk around what the scene is actually, trying to tell us.
Yep, exactly. Yes, so I'll go through the summary, and then we can probably talk about that at the top, and then that will bring us nicely into the intro, I think. Okay, he's gone to the voyeur cam again. I'm unsure how to feel about this. I'm not. Anyway, it's fine.
Now it's to see if I can get you to mess up.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure looking at myself like that. At least when we did the podcast, I didn't have the monitor in front of me. Like it was Pat looking at it. Like it was less intimidating.
So it was just him judging you and not you judging yourself.
100%, which I'm a lot more comfortable with, because Pat's very forgiving, whereas I'm a pretty harsh critic. Okay, here's a summary, and then we'll talk about the ending. It is the 16th of January, 2017, a Monday morning in Australia. I'm living with my brother in the bottom floor of his huge 5-bedroom house. My desk is set up on a moving box, my second monitor stacked on a series of acoustic foam panels. I've just finished my arts degree during the previous November, and now I spend all of my free time writing video essays, editing Let's Plays, and producing the Art for Artists podcast. At that time, I'm working on an ambitious 3-part essay on the Star Wars prequels. I'm the most productive I've ever been as an adult, and the most lonely I have ever been. I am not dealing with a recent breakup particularly well. It's about 10:35 a.m. I'm a little hungover, but that's fine. I've taken the day off work to await the torrent for Sherlock Season 4, Episode 3 to hit the internet. This is currently the only way to get the show in Australia. While I'm waiting, I'm cruising through Tumblr, mostly reblogging pictures of Jenna Coleman, who I think is my ideal woman, as I'm yet to read David Gale's seminal text on the subject. I find a torrent of the episode in 1080p and begin the process of downloading the 1GB file. On Australian internet at the time, this takes the entire afternoon. It is 6 p.m. by the time the file is ready. I grab a 6-pack of beer and prepare to watch the episode. The audio quality is average, but the bitrate seems pretty good. Even at the time, I found the episode laughable and confusing. The plot is hugely complicated and asks us to buy 2 separate load-bearing memory blocks. I walked away as disappointed as the rest of Tumblr, and Sherlock leaves my mind for a while. I move on with my life. It's the 12th of November 2022. I'm sitting in the apartment that I now own. After 12 years of continuous employment and working myself to the bone, I've finally secured a place to live. My place, my mortgage. It's getting close to the end of the production cycle of this long project I've committed to. As I prepare to rewatch the final episode of BBC Sherlock, the last episode I will ever have to watch of this show, a thought occurs to me for the first time. Why have I invested 9 months of my life into this project? A project focused on the pipe dream of a writer I don't particularly enjoy. A second thought occurs to me at the same time. Of course, it was Sherlock. What else? As I sit down to watch the final episode of Sherlock, some 6 years after its release, I am forced to confront a simple fact. Stephen Moffat is a crucial part of my journey as an author and as an adult. I replicated the worst aspects of his leading men as a teenager. I used my intelligence for cruelty, was deeply insecure and careless for those around me. Possibly worst of all is the insecurity, the projection of these behaviors to cover up for the deep internal fear of being inadequate. And while I can still be callous, I look back on how much I learned about myself reflecting on his shows. Matt Smith's subtly dismissive performance of masculinity. Sherlock's centering of intelligence to bullying others into submission. My toxic attitude towards women and my own masculinity was mirrored in his work, and passing his texts helped me to break out of those patterns. It would take years and many therapy sessions and 2 particularly bad breakups to see this change through to its completion. A handful of terrible decisions and trauma responses, and that one party where I drunkenly thought everyone hated me, so I made them hate me. All of that bottled into 5 years of pain, trauma, and life. And now, sitting in front of my TV, laptop ready to take notes, it's an odd thought that I may never watch another episode of Sherlock. That this is indeed the end. A challenging but refreshing thought. Though I will never leave it behind, not really. I know this in the same way as I know how to breathe. The show changed me forever, taught me what to do and a whole lot of what not to do. Painted a character to work through, to aspire above. Showed me that writing could be more than just clever, that clever wasn't enough. Inspired me to want to know more and be better. And for all its faults, Sherlock is the perfect mechanism to understand writing and cinema and television. Its flawed conception and execution are so perfectly paradoxical that it's begging for a lesson. And this is how it ends, with a glass of beer in my hand, my notebook open, and the final episode on the television. The end begins with a young girl on a plane. Everyone around her is unconscious. A mobile phone rings, and when she answers the phone, a man tells her, "Hello, my name is Jim Moriarty. Welcome to the final problem." Holmes and Watson trick Mycroft into revealing the existence of Euros. Then, back at Baker Street, Mycroft explains Eurus is the most smartest person in the entire generation, rivaling even Isaac Newton himself. But being the smartest Holmes means she has no emotions and no conscience. Mycroft then reveals that their parents sent Euros to a mental institution after she kidnapped and drowned Sherlock's dog Redbeard, and after she burned down their family home. When Mycroft insists that she is secured, a quadcopter carrying a motion-activated grenade flies into Sherlock's flat. John, Sherlock, and Mycroft flee as the bomb detonates, blasting Holmes and Watson out of the windows. Later, Holmes and Watson head to Eurus's cell. Mycroft and Watson corner the prison governor, discovering he has explicitly disobeyed Mycroft's protocol and has allowed Eurus to interact with the prison staff. Using her skills to reprogram everyone she speaks with, Eurus effectively rules the prison. Meanwhile, Holmes talks to Eurus, but she attacks him and knocks him unconscious. The guards lock Holmes, Watson, Mycroft, and the governor together in Eurus's old cell. Mycroft reveals that 5 years before, he granted Eurus an unsupervised 5-minute interview with Moriarty as a Christmas present in exchange for detecting national security threats to Britain. During that time, Moriarty agreed to record video messages for her. After forcing the governor to commit suicide, Eurus mentally tortures Holmes, Mycroft, and Watson, forcing them into sinister games to save their lives, while videos of Moriarty heckles and badgers them. Although Eurus forces Holmes onward with the prospect of saving the girl on the aeroplane, he eventually stops the games by threatening to shoot himself when she orders him to murder either Watson or Mycroft. Furious, Eurus uses tranquilizer darts on the three of them. Holmes wakes up in the near burnt-out wreckage of his family's old house. He speaks to the girl on the aeroplane to guide her to land safely. Meanwhile, Watson wakes up chained at the bottom of a well. As Eurus raises the water level in the well, Watson finds a human skull. Holmes realizes that what he thought of as his dog Redbeard was actually his childhood friend, Victor Trevor. Eurus threw him into the well and left him for dead because she felt left out of Holmes's attention as a child. Holmes then deciphers the song's real meaning that Eurus originally taunted him with when Victor went missing, which reveals all she wants is for him to find her. Holmes deduces that the girl on the plane is Eurus's mental metaphor, and that the game has been a cry for help. With Eurus's puzzle solved, Holmes sends her back to Sherrinford after rescuing Watson. Mycroft explains to Holmes's parents, who are angry that they hadn't been told about Eurus's survival, that she refuses to speak to any people. Holmes visits her and they play the violin together, giving performances for their parents and Mycroft. While helping Holmes repair his destroyed flat, Watson discovers yet another video sent by Mary before her death, encouraging them to continue working together as the Baker Street Boys. Credits. And then a dumb stinger with Moriarty at the end. But, what did you... Okay. Talk me through the ending. What did you want to kind of address up top? What do you think is important to kind of call attention to?
Oh, good gracious. The issue that I have with her character and the way she was handled is that there's almost two different versions of her character. You have the emotionally unstable genius in the prison who murders, I don't remember my count, like at least 5 people that we see, and then more that we don't see probably. And then you have the one at the end who the audience is supposed to feel sorry for because she's this genius who doesn't understand reality and all she wants is her brother's love. So the audience is supposed to somehow put both of these things together in their minds and both feel sympathetic but also be afraid of her, and it doesn't work. This is my argument with Wanda Maximoff and how she is, like, everyone is like, they can bring her back, they can get a parallel universe version. I'm like, no, like, she is permanently tarnished because we have seen her murder heroes. Like, you can't just have a villain turn into a hero and be redeemed like that. It's such a delicate thing.
It takes like seasons of television. Like, you think about how long it takes them. I think the best redeemed villain, I think, of television probably is Zuko in the Last Airbender. Yeah, where you see the reason that he turns away from his current path, and then the absolute anguish that he has to go through to kind of try and find a way to live with what he's done. It doesn't just get waved away. It's not like, oh yeah, like none of that happened. Like, this kind of feels like, oh well, that, you know, it sort of has this attitude of, oh well, the Eurus that did all of this murder stuff, that didn't really count because she was just trying to reach Sherlock, and now that she's reached him, you know, she's a different person or whatever. Like, it almost feels like they're completely separated or sort of divorced characters in a way.
Yeah. And it could have worked because part of me, I remember the first time I saw this, that I thought the entire thing was her faking every single death, because it would have been possible. The worst one to fake, the most difficult, would have been that first suicide that happened right in front of them.
Yeah.
But every other one, the brothers dropped outside. That could have been a video screen instead of a window. You could have faked a whole lot of that stuff, and it was just her getting Sherlock emotionally to the point where he was going to be able to help her. Yeah. So if they had done something like that, where in the end you find out all these people she killed, none of them were actually dead, then her character was not irredeemable in the same fashion. So in the end, I don't like anything they did because it doesn't mesh together from beginning to end. Like, I like the beginning character if they were consistent and
Yeah.
they kept her till the end. I like the end character if they've been consistent and had her from the beginning,
Same.
but they didn't do either.
Yeah, I don't know that you can kind of be like, someone is setting up this elaborate Saw style maze, and then at the end be like, oh yeah, but like, now she doesn't talk to anyone because the only way that she can communicate is through music because that's the only language that they share. Like it's like this. It's like
yeah.
it's going for this like beautiful mind style. Yeah, I don't know.
Especially because the entire point of the song and the basically the entire point of the story's main mystery was, how do we save her? And she is like, please just come to my room, please save me. And then at the end she won't talk to anyone anymore, and it's like he did the reverse of saving her. He like ruined her communication with the entirety of humanity for the rest of her life. Like,
But also, why did that happen? Like, this is the bit that I really am flummoxed by. Is like, I don't get. So Sherlock goes to her and he's like, "Hey, like, help me do a good thing. Help me save Watson. Like, I'm not gonna leave you." Why does she go catatonic? Like, that part I just don't. Is it the idea that like being loved is so confronting that she just completely mentally shuts down? Like, that's the closest I can come to sort of a thematic explanation. Obviously, like, ontologically, it doesn't matter. Like, she's a super genius. There could be, like, lots of reasons. But from a storytelling perspective, I'm so confused as to why it ends that way. And I suppose part of it is what you were saying before of, like, she's done all these murders. You can't have her become a fully realized person and just like become a mate, like become part of the family. Like, you don't like, there's sort of this, because they try and redeem her, they're sort of forced in a position where they can't redeem her because she's done unforgivable things. Yeah, it's really tricky.
yeah. which is interesting because, like, if I were writing this from scratch, I would want her to be redeemed, which means that you have to have her be crazy, but not crazy in a way that is damaging enough to innocent people. And I think the most beautiful ending for this would have been that she joins Sherlock and John as part of their mystery solving crew.
Yeah.
Whether that be she's still too dangerous to let out in public, and they make that more because she has, whatever chemical imbalance and she can't control her emotions or whatever, but really defined, why can't she be in public? Which we kind of see when she like jumps on Sherlock and starts trying to kill him, even though she's saying, "Hey, don't let me kill him." So It's like she literally can't control her own body. But so you could have her where they're doing, like, he is going out and doing Zoom calls and she is helping him solve crimes from her prison cell, and maybe every once in a while they get to bring her out and she gets out in the real world,
God,
interacting
dude.
with John and Sherlock.
That's
like,
such
all
a
of that
good,
could have been
such a good idea. She's on the earpiece or whatever. Like, she's the man in the chair style role,
And it would be an entirely different version of the character where now she, like, this is what she needed. She needed Sherlock to save her by being there for her. And that ending would have given the story the conclusion it needed.
God damn it.
But
that's such a better idea. The alternate you could go, the alternate route is, remember that episode of Community where they find out Pierce is dead and they sort of, he goes through that round of questions where they're sort of designed to torture them. And then the final round, it's sort of revealed like the torturing was to try and, teach them all a lesson about themselves. You could kind of do something similar where if she'd sort of set up the elaborate kind of Saw style puzzles that were maybe slightly less traumatic. But like, the Molly thing could have been a lesson at the end, and been like, you are in love with each other. Like I was just helping you realize that, or it could be something to do with Watson and his relationship with Mycroft. Like, there could have been a way to have the pain have been in service of something good, which would have made that redeemable. You obviously can't do all the murder shit, but that could have been another avenue in which she may not have been unredeemable, I suppose.
I think the rewrite needs to focus on the spine of her character and what she actually needs. And I probably would have defined her as her biggest problem being that she doesn't feel like she connects with anyone because she's too smart. Don't make her the most brilliant genius who ever lived. She's the same as Mycroft and Sherlock. Maybe she's a slight notch. My idea was to make her a slight notch above them because she's more of an empath. So if you look at I don't know if saying like scammers is the right word, but anyone who's like the best car salesman ever, or the guys who go out and make the huge pyramid schemes and they like scam people out of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, like these guys are the most convincing people you will ever speak with. They can get you to do whatever they want you to do. And she could have had that same mentality while being as smart as Sherlock. So it gives her the same skill set, but in a different way that would have like made her more powerful, if you want to think about it that way. So that would be a way that she could still control people the way that she was doing, but she doesn't have to be, she's not smarter than them, because the biggest problem is you can't have them going and solving this intellectually like they do with every other case, because she's too smart. Like, that is constantly beaten into the audience that there's no way for them to beat her because she knows everything. She's omniscient. Like, they have to redefine her character and what she needs. And I think a way to have done that would to have been all of these tests that she put them through were actually deduction tests, because she wanted to see that portion of it. She wanted to see, hey, did I do something that was too difficult for them? Oh, it wasn't. Oh, they must be my peers. Now I feel like I belong somewhere. So like the deduction with the brothers was great, but then the other two were just straight up murders where she was trying to gauge like emotional crap. Like it doesn't make sense. Just make everything a deduction test. Yeah. And then she's trying to, there's the potential here was amazing. I love this episode and I hate this episode.
I love this energy, because for me, like, I don't disagree with what you're saying at a baseline. I think we're on the same page. I guess for me, this the previous episode ends with a gunshot. And then this episode opens, and you're like...
It's just a tranquilizer,
hey,
but it looks just like a regular gun.
It's not how guns work. But I simply would have, like, followed that plot along. And, like, I don't... Like, this seems like a really good setup for an episode, and they just completely ditch it, rewire the whole thing, start again. It almost feels like they had a separate script for this episode, and then at the last minute started to second-guess themselves, and were like, oh, maybe it's not bombastic and big enough, maybe it's not clever enough. And this episode to me feels supremely overwritten, in a way that it's like, it can't just be a prison. It has to be the most prison. It can't just be, a choice between, a deduction game where you have to pick the murderer. It has to be the most deduction game. It can't just be choose one of your friends to save. It has to be the most one of those. Euros can't just be the smartest home. She has to be the most smartest person. Like, everything here feels superlative in a way that feels deeply insecure to me, I guess, from a storytelling perspective, where this feels like if we just go big enough on all of these ideas, then they will self-justify. Instead of being like, hey, should we try and tackle these and have some nuance here? It really just feels like they put their hand on the scales and lent as hard as they could in the hopes that would give them the spectacle and the bombast thereafter. You can't just have Baker Street be attacked. It has to be this, like, tense existential moment. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just sort of, the whole thing throughout just for me felt very, forced isn't the wrong word, because there's some really good scenes and there's some really good stuff here, but it just felt the most.
To some degree, that's actually, like, true. Because it's, as far as we know, it could be the series finale, and there is a very, real idea that it has to be the best out of everything we've seen so far. And as a writer, you're definitely thinking, this has to be better. Everyone has to be smarter. All of the dialogue has to be crisper. Just, the action has to be better. The special effects have to be better. So they probably went into it thinking it has to be the most. They should have taken that energy and looked at the script more.
Probably,
but still.
I also think the definition here of better is so interesting to me, because I think about the best conclusions to TV shows that really stick the landing, and it's never the big bombastic crazy shit. It's always the ones that are like thoughtful and careful and really well considered, that sort of manage to stick what they're doing. Like BoJack Horseman has one of the best endings in television. It's kind of slow and dreadful and careful and really subtextual. I mean, Mad Men's ending is like one of the greatest pieces of television that exists. And I think you compare it to something like this, and this almost feels like the way that a CW show now would try and end, where it's like, how do we get the most number of superheroes on screen at any one time? Because that's how, and then how do we put the most number of action sequences in here? Absent whether or not it makes sense for those action sequences to happen or whether they're good or not. It's this kind of, this mode of excess that I think really defines Moffat's writing style at this time. Yeah, I tend to agree. We should probably get stuck into the episode because we're going to be here for a long time. But I think that's all important to say because everything happening this episode is sort of reliant on the twist at the end. So, okay, first scene, we get a young girl who wakes up on a plane and is...
Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. I hate this scene so much.
So funny. Basically, everyone on the plane is asleep. A phone rings, and then Moriarty answers and says, "Hello, my name is Jim Moriarty. Welcome to The Final Problem." You didn't like this? I thought you'd love it. I was like, this is exactly your bullshit. Why didn't you like it?
I only like this scene if it's real. And from everything that we have seen, there is no proof that any of this was real. This entire thing was happening inside her head, and we never get any proof as to whether she was voicing the girl over the phone the entire time, or if it was like a voice actress that she paid that was on the phone with Sherlock the entire time. It's really hard to tell because there were some times in some scenes where I'm pretty sure that she talked over top of the little girl's voice, so it had to have been a voice actress, which at that point the entire thing is just so uber confusing. But regardless, this is not real. They are showing the audience something that is not real. They have Moriarty come in and interact with something not real to pull the audience in, to get us interested in something that is not real, to completely fake us out just to get us engaged right from the beginning. And none of this makes sense whatsoever. It angers me.
It's also a fake out because Moriarty's still dead by the end of this. Again. After a whole episode of this bullshit, and then they have the audacity to do that sting at the end, and it's like, guys, you gotta stop with this shit. I think, absent the context of the ending, when you, on first blush, the first time you watch this is a crazy opening, and you're like, whoa, this is crazy. And then you're exactly right. Once you watch it the second time, it does nothing for you. You're like, well, what's the fucking point of this? Like, she's not even talking to... And then later on you realize, like, it's a performance for the Sherlock boys who are already in the vault, because this is obviously, like, out of sequence time-wise. But this also is... Steve did this, like, a few weeks earlier in Doctor Who Season 7. This exact thing, a plane full of people asleep, is literally a plot point in Season 7, Episode 6. So I think what happened was Steve had this idea in his head for Sherlock and went... that seems complicated. How could we pull that off? Tried it in Doctor Who and then was like, yes, sweet, let's just do it. Fascinating to me. This
is like a good test run.
Yeah, a bit of a dry run, huh? I don't like this opening. I think it's fun for your first time through. But on subsequent watches, it does become a little like you get it to that mode of excess, I guess. It's not just excess, it's like indulgence. Like, this feels like what is... You know, that first episode of the show, it's not an action-heavy mystery. It's like these people are dying at random times, killing themselves in these strings of suicides that are somehow related. There's not like a... It's not like Speed, where it's like you're on a bus, and if the bus slows down, it's going to explode. Like, this has this kind of mode of operation of a ticking clock that is... the ticking clock from like an action film instead of the ticking clock from like a detective story. And they do feel like different modes for me. And I guess it constructs a slightly different, way that you read the rest of the episode once you kind of understand what's happening here.
I think another reason that this, not just the intro, but the whole plane thing is so infuriating is because somewhere in the back of our heads, we don't believe it because it is so unbelievable. Like, we're supposed to somehow believe that from prison, she managed to get knockout gas up into an airplane that affected everyone except for the one little girl. and that's in the midst of her saying, like, why would I put explosives in Molly's flat? I wouldn't be that careless. Like, but you would go and put knockout gas in an airplane and try to get the plane to crash. Like, how does that fit in a believable way to the story? Because it doesn't.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah. Which, and then the show's explanation is, well, it wasn't real, so it didn't matter. But when we're watching it, it has to make sense to us because we're the audience.
Ooh,
It's like
that explanation just, like, I'm glad someone was not in front of me when they said that, because I was like, my hand was coming up. Like,
welcome to, I've poisoned Dart's brain. When we started this show, you were like, Moffat's a fucking genius. This show is the best thing ever. I loved every second of it. It's like, yeah, now you know better. But that's kind of why I say that the show is such a, like, in that summary, when I was sort of reflecting on it, coming to this, I think it's a really, really important text in the way that a lot of people, particularly kind of, our age, it's a really important tool in media in like people's journey as like media critics and learning how to read media, because we all thought it was good. And then collectively, a lot of us online at the same time were like, oh, actually, that's not how TV shows and art works. That's not how stories work. And it was a really seminal moment and a really big linchpin. And it's so fascinating, like this journey that you've been on throughout the show of kind of, you already had a lot of the tools. It was learning to apply those tools in different ways, or me bringing a tool to the table and saying, hey, when I apply it to this part of the text, it gives us this outcome. And it's fascinating to see how that sort of over time changed the way that you read this. It's really interesting. But yeah, dumb opening scene. I'm with you.
interesting thought that I just had while you were talking is this girl looks absolutely nothing like the young Euros that we see, which is another way that they just blatantly lied to the audience by side. If they had made her look very similar, then we could have had, the audience could have made a connection, but there's no way to do the solve. I know that's one thing you always talk about is like, can the audience do the solve? Mm-hmm. And they hid everything so well that there's no way you could have figured this out.
Yeah, I've got that note a dozen times in this episode. Also, her name is Euros. Euros is like the food.
There is zero chance I'm going to pronounce it right. We're just going to have to get past that right now.
I'm just saying it for the 10 people listening who are just about to start writing an email being like, actually, Euros, yeah. You're probably gonna
Eurus
with a U at the end. Euros is the food, which I might get Euros for lunch because now I'm thinking about it. It sounds good,
right?
Yeah, God, yeah. Let me some Greek food. Okay, so Mycroft is enjoying a vintage film in the private cinema in his home. The film footage is disrupted by footage from his childhood before ominously flashing the message, "I'm back," right before the reel ends and catches on fire. Visibly bothered by this, Mycroft tries to leave but finds the door locked. He is forced through a hidden door that mysteriously opens and slams behind him. Mycroft panics, and Sherlock and John appear and reveal the whole situation to be a ploy to prove the existence of the Holmes' brother's secret sister, Euros Holmes, as well as the fact that she has been incarcerated at a facility controlled by Mycroft from an early age. John tells Mycroft he thought the latter would never admit the truth unless put into a terrifying situation. I like that Mycroft is super into vintage films. That's good characterization. One note I've written here is the sound design in this sequence is incredible. Really phenomenal. Darth has just got the upsetting clown on screen now. That's great. Just oh, good.
Cinematography was great. Like we've pretty much never been able to harp on that as being a problem. Like so much stuff, like the angles that they shoot that just give you this like off kilter feeling, and the lighting that they did. There's so many really cool things, but then so many other things just like the plot just doesn't make sense. I wish they had put whoever the DP was, like, put him in charge of the writing.
Right?
Because
hey Darth, how are all of the paintings crying blood?
Okay, that bugged the stew out of me, so I sat and thought about it, and I was like, okay, if I want to mess with my brother, how am I going to do that? So you get some like Bluetooth connected devices, so you could trigger it. Just put little pinholes through the eyes of the painting and through the mouth of the painting, and then it's like a paint release thing that just when you hit the button, a little door opens or whatever, and it just leaks paint out. It goes through the pinholes on the painting. Boom, you have it. I don't know why that was important. That shouldn't have been there. It made no sense whatsoever.
There's a solid wall behind it. How are you fitting that in there?
I just a little tiny thin thing. Couldn't be that much paint. I'm just saying it's possible. I don't know why it helped anything.
It's a
Actually,
lot
this
of
entire
work.
yeah, like the entire scene. So my note was I loved everything about this scene except the context. And like I want to bring up that word so many times in this episode because that was like their favorite thing in this episode was to say context, context, emotional context, blah blah blah. And like yeah, the entire episode is redefined once you know the context at the end. But like the stuff that happens in each scene doesn't make sense within the context of the scene. So like they are depicting Sherlock and his crew are depicting a like whatever 8-year-old version of their sister in order to scare Mycroft. He knows how old she is.
Yeah, I know.
Like
Why would that?
Why
Why would that have an effect on him? He knows that she's like 30. Like yeah. Also, yeah. The note I've written here is the clown is creepy as hell, but none of this makes any sense. Okay, up until so they do the reveal and it's pretty funny. I like Sherlock going, "Hey, bro." I thought that was very good. He's really well written in this episode. Benedict Cumberbatch is firing on all cylinders. Martin Freeman, however, is putting on the weirdest performance of his entire career in this episode. The exchange between John and Mycroft at the end of this scene is so clunky and weird. Like the chemistry's off, the dialogue's off, the pacing is weird. Like I physically cringed as I struggled to. It's so jarring and weird, and they're just sort of like kind of doing like epigrams at each other, and it's not really a conversation. It's so strange.
that's probably it, is that it's not really a conversation, because I was thinking like I loved that scene because John was being so assertive in the like soldier way that we don't really get to see very often. But once you look deeper at it, it's pretty much all just one-liners, and I'm like, yeah, I just want that on a t-shirt. It's
Yeah.
not really like it makes all that much sense.
It seems to me that he's doing a thing that has happened before, where in Mary's previous video she talked about John and Sherlock in a particular way. John is like replicating that language one to one in this moment, where he's like, you know, bloody, there's always a place for people like you. And then he's like, where? And he's like, Baker Street. And it's like, yeah, but that's not how people talk. Like, that's not how these two characters talk to each other, because they've had a relationship since the first episode of this show. I know how they interact, and it's not like this.
Yeah. And then looking more at like the what they were trying to do makes no sense. That they say that they had to scare him in order to get him to tell the truth. But what truth did he tell? Because he didn't, like, Mycroft didn't say anything. He just kept asking questions. He was just like, what are you doing? Why would you do this?
Yeah.
And Sherlock is like, oh, this is proof that I have a sister. And then John says, we had to scare you to get you to tell the truth, but he didn't tell any truth. Like, nothing in it makes sense. It's just, it was like the dialogue was written before they actually mapped out how they were going to be moving and what they would be doing, or I don't know. It's like so confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had written like I love the dialogue, but it doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand how this proves that they had a sister. Like, isn't the proof that he just found the footage with her in it? I don't know. It's a lot.
Except she wasn't in any of the footage. If I recall correctly, it was just the brothers in that old footage there.
Then what the anyway. So again, like, cool idea, execution so out of whack, so confusing, so unfocused. But
so what did you think of the umbrella sword?
Listen, what was a cane sword, wasn't it? It wasn't an umbrella, right?
It's funnier because I'm pretty sure it was an umbrella, and that's just hilarious to me.
Yeah, and then well, it's not just that, but it's also a gun, which I thought was funny as hell.
Okay. Let's see if we can identify. I'm pretty
You
sure.
might be right. It is an umbrella. Yeah. I just assumed it was his walking cane. But it might be that umbrella that he's walking past.
So that was just fascinating to me on multiple levels. Because I love swords, and so I just love the idea that he has swords just like randomly sitting around his house.
That's so much
And
maintenance. You'd have to like oil them and keep them sharpened, and like it's a lot of work. Owning a sword is a lot of work. I like to imagine that's what he does every Sunday. Just like he like just goes around his house and like takes out the like 50 hidden swords and gets his whetstone out and gets his oil and oils them down.
But what was really funny was just the impracticality of the whole gun blade thing, because like once you get here and he's pulled off the blade and he has now one shot with a half-inch barrel that won't have any rifling in it, so there will be almost no accuracy, and it's like whatever the smallest millimeter round is that you could have, so it's going to do no damage to your assailant. So this is the worst possible weapon to defend yourself with, and he controls the country, and this is his self-defense.
It's the best you can
do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I kept waiting for him to like pull up some technology and he gets like a suit, Iron Man suit of armor or something. I mean, like, he controls the whole country and he has this dinky little thing. It like,
it is bizarre. I like that. That was also the most American analysis of that scene ever, where you're like, okay, well, what's the rifling on the gun and how would that affect it? And what's the size of the round? Like, I just looked at that and I was like, yeah, okay. Is gun okay? Understood. Gun there, cool. You're like, actually, with that rifling, it wouldn't be an accurate shot, and I think you'll find the millimeter and the velocity would be pretty minimal. So you probably just bruise someone more than hurt them. Actually, that's very, very funny to me.
It's extra funny because I am the least gun knowledgeable person in my entire friend group. Most of them could look at any gun, just a picture, and like identify it for you and tell you all about the caliber of round it uses and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, America's fun.
Fucking the wasteland over there, bro. Yeah, look, this whole sequence over-engineered, too excessive, too indulgent. Yeah, just not doesn't have that level of nuance that I think we're after here. So. Back at Baker Street, Mycroft comes to meet with Sherlock and John and is told to sit down like a regular client if he wants to talk. Somewhat reluctantly, he does, after which Sherlock demands that Mycroft tells him the whole truth, as he cannot remember Eurus at all, or indeed ever having another sibling. There's a really good line here that I've written down where John says middle child. That explains a lot. I had a good chuckle. I had a good chuckle at that. Mycroft describes Eurus as being more brilliant than either of the Holmes brothers, which was confirmed in the professional assessments done during their childhood. Even though Sherlock has no memory of Eurus, Mycroft tells him that every action and decision that defines Sherlock is based on his memory of Eurus. Mycroft retells him disturbing instances from Eurus's childhood at their family ancestral home, Musgrave, such as cutting herself to see how her muscles worked, or cryptically singing about how and where she killed their dog, Redbeard. After that, she set a fire and burned down their home, and was taken away. Mycroft reveals that their parents were told the lie that she died after starting another fire. In reality, she had been contained at a maximum security facility called Sharonford. Just as Mycroft dismisses the idea she has escaped, they hear Eurus singing her cryptic song as a drone flies into the flat, carrying a powerful bomb, rendering them to be still since it will detonate when sensing motion. They make a plan of escape and then move, setting off the bomb, just as John and Sherlock jump out the window and Mycroft makes for the doorway. There's a lot happening here, and also there's nothing happening here. So Mycroft asserts that everything that Sherlock is because of Eurus, that she defines him as a person. What did you think about that as a truth claim from Mycroft here?
I am okay with the idea, but practically they did not have enough time together because they were 1 year apart. We have to kind of guess at what age they were, as we're assuming that right after what we see we in the flashbacks, we see him Sherlock looking for Redbeard, and then we see the fire. So we're assuming that all of that happened like around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So what were they, 6?
Yeah, something
Maybe.
like that. Maybe. Yeah.
So let's just say 6. Even though they're like ridiculously smart, you're not really aware of anything going on until you're 3, 4, whatever.
Yep.
Because you're still like, look, like ooze stick, like they're not developed enough, even though they're super geniuses. So at most they had what, 2, 3 years together to develop a relationship.
Yep.
So if that had gone on for way, way longer, and they had like 10 years together or something, which would make the whole mind wiping thing even more incredulous, but still, like if his childhood and actually most of your development comes from, isn't it like more from early teenage years than from prior years?
Yeah.
So
It's
really
like,
that's
it's like 10 to 17 or something is when your brain is the most plastic.
so really it should have been when he was around that age, but yeah, the timing doesn't work out for the memory wipe thing. But either way, again, I like the idea, but in practice, it doesn't make sense because they didn't have enough time together for her to imprint on him in that fashion.
So it's interesting you read it that way, because the way that I interpreted that claim is that his absence of her, his lack of memory of her, is what defined him or made him who he is.
I think it's closer to say that that it was Redbeard that defined his entire existence, not her,
Right, the
because it was like he doesn't remember that she exists. She can't define anything, but some part of him remembers Redbeard exists, and that's what is driving him.
Right, the impact.
So maybe you could
the impact of what she did, because there's even a line in the episode where he's like, "You were never the same after that. Like you became cold and intellectual and whatever."
Yeah, which one might argue that is what Mycroft is saying, that she defined his entire character, but it's not his entire character. That's just like one little part
Yeah.
of him. It's like it didn't make him start writing with his left hand or something. It's like it didn't redefine everything in the way that the script is trying to tell us.
Well, I guess the implication is that he was of a young enough age that like it was the foundational trauma that shaped his personality, which is like a thing that like it's a thing that happens in real life. What's interesting to me is this moment also draws back to a scene from The Abominable Bride where Sherlock and John are talking as they're waiting for the bride, and John asks what made Sherlock this way, and Sherlock's like, "No one made me, I made me." There's something interesting thematically here that they're trying to do, and I haven't been able to work it out. The fact that conversation happened in that episode, and then kind of similar wording is used by Mycroft here. There is something happening there about Sherlock's understanding of himself versus Mycroft and Eurus's understanding of Sherlock. There's something they're trying to pull out. There's some lever they're trying to lean on there, but I don't know that it comes together properly at any particular point. But I just thought that was interesting.
I don't know the writer's methodology is well enough to make this claim, but it's possible that they were somehow tying that into like a predestination thing. Like you think you are the one in control of your life, and then you will find out that no, everything you think you are was because someone else did XYZ.
Right.
That would really be the only reading that makes sense to this, or they're just terrible writers and they didn't plan ahead when they wrote those initial lines. So
I think there's a strong possibility that one of those two things is true. Yo, I've written down here, this kid sounds scary as hell, not gonna lie. I will say the way that they kind of write, the way that they have Mycroft describe her, I was bugging out a bit. Like the idea of like she's cutting herself to see how her muscles work. That's so visceral. Like this is, for me, like that's such a Moffat kind. Like you can feel the specificity of the way that he writes in that sort of in this sequence. And then added to that, I like that as Mycroft's sort of telling the stories, and he's in those locations. When it cuts back to Baker Street, different parts of those locations are happening in Baker Street. Like, you know, when it's the beach or whatever, you know, you've got the sun shining in through the window, and then when it's the house is burning down, you have the ash falling around him. I just thought visually it was a very impressive sequence, and the way they have Mycroft's dialogue written, I thought was very captivating, if nothing else. Really good good marks for thinking about what it would be what would drive you to lock up a sibling forever, and you know, a 10-year-old doing that, you fucking kidding me? That shit would like freak you out. Like that's so full on. Like you can't even imagine an adult doing that, let alone a kid. And then obviously with the disappearance of Redbeard, like,
I mean, ironically, I kind of want to argue with that statement a little bit, because your house burns down and you suspect a 5-year-old was playing with matches. So you're going to lock the kid up away forever?
Yeah, but this kid, but that's not the situation. This kid, like, is basically like precog, right? This kid's like fucking psychic as far as the parents are concerned. Has murdered the dog, has murdered a child and not told anyone where they are.
No proof. There's never any proof. Everyone just thinks that she might have had something to do with it because she was jealous. But there's never any proof. There's no proof about the fire either. And they went and locked this little kid up. Now, what you could argue that Mycroft at that point was old enough, because there was a 7-year gap. Yeah. So he would have been in his mid-teens, whatever. Yeah. And he would have been smart enough at that point to see patterns and think there's a good chance, and maybe he was able to talk Uncle Rudy into saying, hey, this kid is evil, we got to get her away from here. Mm-hmm. But still, that whole thing is like a big stretch in my mind. Like she needed to be like eviscerating squirrels out in the open or something. It's really weird. The comparison I keep coming back to is Achilles from Ender's Shadow. I don't really know why, but they seem so similar to me, or at least my conception of them, where they're super geniuses, but the real power is in how they're able to control other people and exert their will on other people. Mm-hmm. But I really liked that comparison when I was trying to wrap my mind around them. And like you said, I really liked that version of the girl, but the young boys, it didn't work for me. And I'm not sure why. And I think it's because they're too normal, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like Sherlock is running around and waving a sword, and I'm like, shouldn't he be playing chess? Mm-hmm. Or, I mean, something? Well, I mean, Mycroft too. They're just out there like skipping stones, you know?
Mycroft should be like deeply intellectual, and then Sherlock should be having fun, because the thing that changes him forever hasn't happened yet. Is how I would.
But the intellect is still there. I guess is my problem is like the things that she does. It doesn't just show that she's off mentally, but it shows her intelligence, and we don't see any hint of the brother's intelligence. So all of the flashbacks to me just feel really weird. It's like they were normal until they grew up, and then they suddenly became smart.
Actually, that's a really good observation. I think about the stuff that me and my brother did as kids. And, like, it was the nerdiest shit you could put, even from, like, 5 or 6. Like, the nerdiest shit. Like, if I wasn't reading a book, we were doing, like, complex Lego constructions or, like, playing really complicated video games or getting my ass beat at chess repeatedly. Or we played, like, a lot of card games and stuff, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon and things like that, which are, like, very rule-based. And it's, you know, like, we weren't, like, you know, kicking the football in the park kind of thing. And so, yeah, I definitely think there's an aspect of it. You know what it feels like to me? And Moffat's done this before with childhood stuff. It feels like he just has an idea of how kids are. And the popular imaginary of children is as far as he delves into, like, the iconography of how to show a character as a child. Because he's done this multiple times in, like, a lot of his shows where he's like, I need to show this character as a kid. Just have a kid, like, run around or whatever. Like it doesn't seem to be any, like, kids are not people to him. Kids are just like all the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
You can't kind of same archetype, which is pretty
There's some
funny.
parody, and I can't remember what it is, and it cuts to the scene of the children, and they're just running around going, "We're children, we're children, we're children," and that's what it feels like this guy is writing.
That's literally the vibe. I did note you. I don't know if I think it was when we were texting before this episode. You mentioned, was it River Tam that you mentioned as like an analog for Eurus, or am I misremembering that?
Yeah, that was another really interesting one where, and that would be much more if they had written Eurus.
Just late. Doesn't matter how you say it. It's too late.
If they had written her and consistently written her as being mentally unstable and unable to really control what was going on, I really like that comparison with River, who can't really seem to grasp reality, whether that's because she's always got everyone's voices in her head or whatever explanation, but sometimes they're able to focus, and when they're able to focus, then everyone in the room is going to die. It's a really interesting comparison, but they didn't do any real legwork to define what Euros's skills were and what her problems were.
Yeah,
like,
I think an interesting point of comparison would be the River Tam from the TV show, and then the River Tam from the from the film rather, where River Tam in the TV show is a really excellent version of what Eurus could have been, and then River Tam in the film is basically the same character as Eurus, where they just kind of skip a bunch of development to be like, yeah, like we don't have enough time. We need to get this film done. This is the last stab we get at this. Okay, she's a super ultra assassin when the trigger word happens, and it's like, okay, wait, what? And it takes a lot of that subtle work of the TV show and just makes it into like a blunt instrument, which I understand. It's a film; they only have so much time. Say what you will about that film, I know a lot of people have their gripes with it. I still think it's pretty excellent. But it's an interesting, like, you can see it done well, and then you can see it done less well. It's the same character, and it feels like. Also, and I don't know where to bring this up, so I feel like this is just a good enough opportunity as any. Also, I don't know why Steve insists on doing this, but Eurus is like bisexual, I guess. I don't know. Not explicitly, but
not really. It was more like she is so alien that she doesn't see people as male or female, and it doesn't matter to her whether the male is female because everyone is just really a brain and a body, and that's all that matters.
Yes, but that's how Moffat seems to view bisexuality throughout the body of his work, right? Like the and I don't know why he does this. All of the smart women in his shows, which is to say, like most of the women who get to live, I should say, Mary not included. Yeah, they're all for some reason like attracted to both like sexes, and like just apparently you get to a certain level of intelligence and you're just like, I'm a fuck anything that moves, bro. I don't know what the hell is happening there mental. I mean, like, I kind of can guess, like, I'm not in the business of visiting his life and his psychology, but if you look back at his history and who his executive producers have been and how involved his ex-wife is in his life, you can kind of like connect some dots there as to sort of potentially what's happening for Steve a lot of the time here. But I just think it's noteworthy. He does it to all of his leading female characters. You get that with Clara. You get it with here. You get it with Eurus. You get it in Doctor Who multiple times. It's just a really interesting trend in his work, I guess, for want of a better way of phrasing it. Just interesting to me.
I mean, you could potentially make the inference that the smarter someone is, the more of their brain they unlock, and you could maybe argue that there's some block in our brains that make us either prefer one gender or the other, and once you're smart enough, that block just goes away, so then smarter people can just be attracted to anything. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah, like, I mean,
maybe.
The idea of, like, attraction is, like, a social construct, so it's like, there's actually a really good Watsky song about it, where he's like, look, if I could, I'd suck a dick. I just happen to not want to. Like, it'd give me a lot more options if I could, but I just don't want to, and that's like unfortunate, like socially. It's a very good song. It's called "Going Down." But definitely like there's a mechanism here that I think is repeated in a lot of his work. Joss Whedon does this as well. All of his like attractive, athletic, smart women happen to also be bisexual. There's just something as a maneuver happening there, which I just wanted to kind of call out for no particular reason other than I noticed it because I've been studying his work for this book, which we'll read the introduction to at the very end of this. Okay, Darth, talk to me about the patience grenade.
Let's I want to back up to an interesting line
Yeah.
before we get there, because I don't know why I found this so fascinating, but sometimes just looking at a piece of dialogue and then trying to figure out why did that not hit right is just really interesting to me. And this scene right here, where Mycroft says, "This is family," and then Sherlock angrily shouts at him, "That's why John stays."
Ugh, so clunky.
But the idea would have been perfect if they had him deliver the line better. If Mycroft says, "This is a family business," and Sherlock is just like frustrated that Mycroft doesn't see it, and he's like, "He is family, that's why he stays." Like, if they had delivered the line differently, it could have been brilliant instead of being so clunky.
Counter suggestion: you have him say nothing, and then
that would work too.
Brilliant. Sherlock and John could have exchanged a look, and then both looked at Mycroft. That's what a better writer would have done here. Is like this should have been subtextual.
Yeah.
They should have just let it. They should have let Mycroft come to that realization and then sit down. That's what I've been watching Mad Men, rewatching it for like the umpteenth time, and there are so many opportunities in that show where they could have had a character do something like this, and instead they don't say anything, and it's all about the acting and what's left unsaid. When I was saying at the top of the episode that thing about indulgence and excess, that line of dialogue is a quintessential example of excess that need not be here. Good call out. I feel a similar way about that exchange with John and Mycroft in the previous scene. If you'd halved the amount of dialogue there, it would have been far superior.
Yeah, or even just, as you said, just have the same dialogue from one character and have the other character be silent, which forces the first one to really think about, hey, what did I just say? Because like it would have been really powerful for Mycroft to just have to sit there and hear his own words, and then he probably would have had to actually apologize to John in that moment.
Yeah.
Because he would have had to have been like, dude, I know your family, I didn't mean that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Or even like, and that's a really good opportunity for like, show us where this character is now. Show us like, you know, he's frustrated in this moment. He's acted rashly. Show us what he's learned since season 1 about who he is and the people he's around. Like, this is an opportunity.
Yeah, because we've seen none of that. We've seen growth from the other characters, but not from Mycroft because he's too smart or something.
Well, you know, maybe I think it depends how you read the previous episode and the Lady Smallwood stuff. But for me, at least, like, this episode is a real opportunity to show him and how much he's changed, and they just really back away from it in some pretty big ways. They kind of do the same for all these characters, to be completely honest. Probably with the absence of Sherlock, everybody is kind of just the stereotype of what their character was, which I think is curious given the Mary's line at the end where she's like, it doesn't matter who the characters were and who the people were, what matters is the stories. And I'm like, yeah, shut up, Steve. Because it really does feel like they don't give a shit about these characters. They care about the legend and the adventures.
So the next... speaking of legends and adventures, that's like a straight call out to Mary's speech at the end, which I hated. Anyway.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. In fact,
so the next...
Yeah, we'll get to it when we get to it. But bad is a very polite way of what that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the next bit of dialogue I was so fascinated by, which I already kind of talked about, was this is where we get the exposition that Euros was the smartest, most brilliant person ever. And it's at this point that if the audience is really thinking about it, they already know that this cannot be an intellectual competition, that the entire story has to take an emotional route because you can't beat the smartest person ever. It's not possible. So I think this scene should have been written completely differently because you can't introduce the smartest character without ruining the whole rest of the plot line, because you're focusing on different stuff, and that's probably why they had to have so much of the stuff in the prison. It had to be the emotional thing of, are they going to kill them, are they not going to kill them. They couldn't do the deductions because they've already ruled out that you can't win this by thinking, you have to win it by emoting and connecting. And that all starts right here with this scene.
I think this is to your point earlier. They had the kind of prison stuff I ideated out, and they were sort of working backwards from it, which is fine. That's a way to write a story, but like it means that a lot of this doesn't feel adequately reworked to make that function. I also wondered to what extent this because okay, the idea that they can't outthink her, I'm not fully against, because that means that Sherlock and co have to demonstrate internal growth in their emotional intelligence and sense of self, which has been the biggest challenge to his character throughout the show, right? Is like, can this version of Sherlock be a grown-up person with interiority that can empathize with other people? Is he capable of that? I think the issue is, like you said earlier, the tests don't really do that. They're too they're too extreme. They lack nuance to ever be that. And so when we get this laid out for us, it's neither a test of wills, of like intellectual wills, and it's also neither really a test of like of emotional intelligence or growth. It just kind of becomes like I said, like a kind of a Saw-esque fun house of different shit that she's doing. And yeah, you're right. This tips you off to the fact that there's no way that this is going to be a battle of intelligence, because it just necessarily can't be.
There's something else that kind of really bugged me about all of that exposition there, which was the description of the prison that she was in, which you've already said before, that they keep trying to do the most. This is the most thing ever, so it has to be the most prison ever. So Mycroft's description was, I don't know what heaven is like, but I could give you a map reference for hell, and it's this prison.
Yeah.
And then you get there, and it's like, it's clean, it's well lit, she doesn't look hungry. Like, they try to make it look like it's the worst. It's not a gulag. Like,
yeah, it's
if you're going to make it out to be the worst, like, make it the worst, but he's not going to keep his sister in the worst conditions ever. So it doesn't, like, the whole thing of building it up to be this terrible place it's just building extra drama for no reason.
Especially with how cool the prison itself is. Like, it's so awesome. When we get to it, we'll talk about it. But like, it's one of the coolest ideas they've had, like visually, aesthetically, conceptually. The work they do with the miniatures that give you those like big, helicopter shots, like, it looks incredible. I mean, to be completely honest with you, I was pulled out of the scene enough by this point that didn't bother me so much, because Mycroft kind of always is in that mode of like, just he's not dramatic, but everything is very like Spartan and like it's very black and white for him. So he's sort of I don't know, like he talks like that. That didn't flag for me as weird, because I was like, well, of course he would say that. That's how he talks. But now that you've called it to my attention, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And also, yeah, you're right, is inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was probably on my like third or fourth viewing of this, and that's not counting the past 2-3 times that I've watched this episode in the past decade or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's not something I picked up off at all. But when I'm going back and rewatching, and he's talking about how terrible it is, and I'm like, is it terrible? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think that's one of the cool things about this project that we've done, and this mode of viewing, is like you actually get access to the text as it is, not just how you initially conceive it. Another thing I noticed that I just thought was fucking bizarre, and this might just be an Australian thing, but they're like talking about okay, can we set up the patience grenade, because I have like 5 things on that.
Well, I am a DX707, and I'm all out of patience.
I thought that was very funny. Just the least relatable like threat of all time.
I just texted that to you like in the middle of the day for like no reason, just to see what you'd say.
I think I was like, I don't know what, I think I might have been like on the bus back home from work, and I was like, oh my fucking god, this guy's watching this episode too. You've been like Sherlock pilled. You've been Final Problem pilled. Darth is now like a Sherlock stan. So I'm gonna try and set this up. Basically, they're in the flat, and a drone comes in, and it's sort of playing on a speaker the song. Every time you do that, it throws me off. I like that you wait till I'm in the middle of saying something as well. It starts playing the song, Eurus' song, and then lands between the boys. And it's a patience grenade, which basically, like, if you move, you have about 3 seconds to escape. And so they sort of stand there still, and they sort of deduct around the apartment to the safest way to kind of escape with the least amount of collateral damage. The line they said that I nearly fell out of my chair was, they're talking about the cafe, and Sherlock's like, oh no, it's Sunday morning, it'll be closed. I don't know if it's just an Australian thing, but that's when cafes are the fucking busiest. That's when every family ever is at the cafe, is a Sunday morning.
I mean, part of me just naturally accepted it, and I was like, oh, everyone went off to church or something. But I did have that thought. And
that's a very American
for some reason
assumption.
it didn't bother me, and I'm not sure why. But just the truth claim, oh, they're never open during these hours. Granted, we've never ever heard that before, but the way that it's introduced, I guess, just didn't bother me for some reason. I guess it would have been nice if it had been introduced before, but
Look, I'm not complaining about it. I just, as a gut check, when I heard that, I was like, huh? And I wasn't sure if that was just an Australian thing or not. But maybe it is. Maybe it's just like a cultural thing. I mean, obviously, like, we have huge cafe culture over here that you guys don't in America. Like,
well, you can't go sit out in public. You get shot. So
that's true.
I mean...
and also, your coffee's fucking terrible. You'll not even make coffee. You'll make, like, brown water. You know? It clocked as weird. And I was like, if you're listening and you're from the UK, I'd love to know.
Well, that's why I have my Snickers flavored creamers. Really puts the flavor into the coffee.
God damn. I don't... And that's fine. It's fine. Darth's an adult. He can do what he wants. You can do what you want. It's fine.
I am not an adult. I am a child in a big body.
God, Snickers. I just can't. I simply can't. Oh, that makes me so stressed. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't affect me. It's not my problem. What am I stuck on? Okay. I accidentally raised my left. These kind of retract and go up and down. These little armrest things. Okay, well, good. Okay, so initially the slow-mo thing of them jumping out, of them kind of diving for their various exits, I was like, oh, cool. And then it cut to the outside shot, and I was like, oh no. Because it looks really bad. I know that it was 2017, but I was like, oh, I would have just simply cut from when they jump. Like when they could do the slow motion and they leap for the windows, cut. Much better.
Potentially they wanted to do it that way because the transition to the next scene is happening through all of the smoke and stuff. And so having all of that having all of the fire and the smoke coming at the camera, maybe was the transition that they were looking for.
You can do that. I would just take the boys out of it. They just look ridiculous.
Really, the reason that I think this is so problematic is because seeing the front on shot and then kind of seeing where they start to fall, it gives you much more of an idea of how badly injured that they would have been, because neither one is like tucking and rolling. They're not getting ready to... Like, they're on the second floor and they're being blasted out the window. They're going to have second or third degree burns when they land. And we've already seen that when they throw someone out of that window, we have a whole list of they're going to have a punctured lung, they're going to have broken ribs. We've already seen this in a prior episode. So we know these are the things that will be wrong with them after they land. And they are not at all in a position where they're trying to grab anything to slow them down. And you could even see them almost... The way that they shot this, just... It amplifies how hurt they would have been.
Yeah.
And then they're completely fine.
Yep.
Like, I think that's, like, the biggest problem with the whole grenade scene. Like, not just all of the crap that doesn't make sense about the grenade. Like, one of my favorite things that bugs the stew out of me is Mycroft tells them not to move before the motion activation starts. Like... The thing doesn't pop up, and then the red sensor is looking for motion, and he's like, don't move, while the thing is flying in. So they could have just grabbed the thing, put it in a trash can, put a lid on it, and they would have been completely safe.
Yeah. Also, why does your bomb announce when it's like activated to the people that it's gonna get used on? I guess if you're testing it or whatever, I don't know, but like I just thought that was odd.
And there, I mean, you may have a lot of these problems written down here, but like the biggest thing is like, what is the point of this? Because at best, Sherlock and John would have been hospitalized. In the stairwell, Mycroft probably would have been okay and could have gotten Miss Hudson out, but those two should have been hospitalized for a good long while, if not like just outright dead. And then we also know that Euros is so smart that she would have known all of the possibilities. She would have known the probabilities of them jumping out, and would they survive or not. So you know that she was at this point probably literally trying to kill them, because we can't infer anything else. So like, why is this here, and what is she trying to do? And then why does that all change at the end of the episode, where she's like, I just wanted you to help me, so I killed you.
Yeah,
Like,
I've written down, why does this scene happen at all? Why does this bomb happen at all? It doesn't make sense textually. It doesn't make sense narratively. There isn't a reason for Eurus to do this. There isn't a reason for the plot to like. There's no reason for the plot to do this. The boys go to they leave anyway. It's not like they were gonna stay at Baker Street. They were probably going to go,
I mean,
like, do you know what, like, they probably would have been like, so the implication here is that they go and search her down because Baker Street is bombed and they need to find out why she tried to kill them. That is sort of the best we can do as an explanation here.
So I could think of two reasons that this would be in there, generally in you know, in the storytelling structure, where you want to have the home, the safe space, your bat cave, whatever, where that is destroyed, so the hero has nowhere to go back to that is safe for them. And then the very end of the episode, the end of the movie, is about them rebuilding. They have a new safe space. They have a new Avengers mansion, whatever. So like the whole thing makes sense from a structural perspective. But we've already seen this before. Like at least once, if not twice, we've seen their flat just like demolished, and they keep repeating the same thing in order to make the audience have that. I mean, it's probably not really a conscious thing for most viewers, where they're like, oh, the home is destroyed, now I don't know where they belong, which is what that's trying to evoke. So I get, and it may just be like, if you're not putting that much thought into it, then as a writer, you just know, I have to do this because this is when their home is supposed to get destroyed, so they don't have somewhere to go back to.
Yeah, but I think in those examples, like if you think about like Batman Begins, it's not that it's just that his home is destroyed. It's that like that's all of the equipment and the things that you could use to fight back, and it's the legacy of the place. And like there's nothing in Baker Street the boys need specifically that make them good at what they do. It's just where they have clients or whatever. So like I think the impact is lost because there's no, they're not like in the middle of like, you know, on their way to Sherringford and then realize like, oh snap, we can't do XYZ anymore. You know, it's not like in Iron Man 3 where he doesn't have any armor and he has to sort of, you know, cobble together a suit. Like you don't sort of get any of that because there just isn't, like it's just not that kind of story. And that was my point earlier about like, this feels like an action film more than it feels like a detective story, where they're using maneuvers structurally from a genre that just doesn't sit on top of this properly. And so the loss of Baker Street doesn't really have the same impact as it would do in a story like that, if that makes sense.
I think that what we are supposed to see this as is much more of something like Community, where this is like, they don't need anything in the study room to function, but that's their center. That's where they became a family. That's where they always want to come back together. Mm-hmm. When they come in and it's different in any fashion, it hurts them like somewhere in their core, because it's just the center of what they know. And I think that's supposed to be the same thing as what we're kind of getting here, is that they don't need this space, but this space that we are seeing is like a part of them. and so having that part destroyed is going to push them to a different point in the story. So I don't think any of that should have been in there, but it was just interesting to try to figure out like why would the writers might have thought it was
Yes.
supposed to be in there.
Which would
because
work brilliantly if this was the first time it had happened in the show during the last episode of the show. You would have been
Yeah.
like, "Oh damn, that there goes Baker Street. That's crazy." But like, it's the third time we've seen it, and you're like, "Okay, again, I guess."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's disappointing, I guess. I don't know, like it just doesn't do anything for me. We should take a
Alright,
quick
well,
break and then talk about the sea.
Okay.
We're probably gonna have 2 breaks in this because it's gonna be a fucking long episode. We're gonna take a quick break and then we're gonna come back. We're gonna talk about the sea. We're gonna talk about the journey to Sherrinford, and then we'll probably get just dipped into the iceberg of, I guess, the Euros and the setup for the storeroom. And then it'll probably be time for another break and then the meat of the episode. I do want to, once we've gone through the episode, gone through the historical context, this is me doing a stinger for the end of the episode. Me and Darth will read through, I guess, like the introductory few pages of the book that I've written, which I think will be really fun. You're going to have to try and find a way to do your best Sherlock voice. So look forward to that. But yeah, we'll be right back. Enjoy these advertisements, whatever it is, and we'll see you guys momentarily. This season of Give Up After 3 is brought to you by the book of the same name, Give Up After 3, a historical analysis of Sherlock's lost final episode, where I take all the research we've done from the show across the seasons and all of the learnings and findings and condense that into a full academic book. It's fun, it's lighthearted, but it also has a lot of the more interesting things we discovered and worked through. So if you want a way to support the show and also get something really interesting, you can find that at zeroindent.com/store. That's zeroindent.com/store.
So I forgot to do this at the very beginning, but
It's just going to be endless sight gags from now on, isn't it?
oh, I've got more. I'm gonna text you some pictures of the gags
God.
that I have not used, but I prepared for.
Unforgivable. Like, all of, like, 90% of our listenership is audio based, and I love that half of the show is us just doing audio gags. Like, the YouTube audience is such a vanishing percentage of our listeners. It's very funny to me. At sea, Sherlock and John are dropped by helicopter onto an unsuspecting boat, and they pirate it to travel to Sherrinford. It's revealed that Mycroft was severely injured by the explosion, as in hospital unconscious with little hope of recovery. The boat captain and his second mate are found on a nearby beach of the island with a message written in the sand regarding Eurus. The captain and John are found on another part of the island and taken into custody for questioning. Head of security believes he sees through the fake-looking captain's disguise and has captured John and Sherlock. He gives a security card to the guard to check on Eurus. The captain removes the prosthetics and reveals himself to actually be Mycroft, and the man who received the card was in fact Sherlock. Okay. So this boat sequence I thought was interesting. I think I oscillate between thinking it's cool that Sherlock is famous and thinking it's the worst thing ever. I quite like it here. I like that he just, like, they land on the boat and he's like, is that Sherlock Holmes? And it's like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like that people just know him by sight. It's cool. I like it.
I'm about to totally ruin it for you then.
Oh, no.
Because this is definitely one of those, like, the concept was really interesting, but the implementation was so freaking clunky, and I don't know if anyone realized it, because you got to be really looking to see how bad this mistake is. The first thought I had, though, was that when you go into the boat, you get, it's a panning shot, like a 360 camera, that's in the center of the cabin inside the boat. And I'm trying to figure out why that shot is there, because, like, I know in one level it's an establishing shot and it's letting the audience really feel like, oh, we are in a boat, we know where we are, we're grounded, we're centered, all that.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes completely around twice, and it's like it's setting the scene so dramatically, but then the boat has nothing to do with the rest of it. You're only in the cabin for like 60 seconds. It is just such a weird thing to be maybe the first time that they've pulled out that 360 rotating camera. And it just struck me as so weird that all of their other cinematography has been so amazing, and then this one is like, what are they doing? This is like jumping back to the wedding scene, time freeze stuff. It's like
Yeah.
they're doing something cool, but why is it important? What's the purpose of it? You know?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I didn't notice that because as we've discussed multiple times, like I'm always more focused on the dialogue and the storytelling. Like often the cinematography stuff washes over me. So like I didn't even clock it as weird. That is an interesting observation. Like
Which
I
one?
said, this episode in every sense is just overmade, like overwritten, overproduced, overshot, overedited. Like yeah. I think it's a symptom of the larger issue.
And I've probably never really talked about it too much, but when I majored in radio, television, and film in college, and the reason we got started in filmmaking was because Star Wars and George Lucas did a like fan film contest when Attack of the Clones came out, and that's what got us interested. Because we're like, oh, we want to make a Star Wars film, so we could do this thing. And then it just grew from there, where we just were making films for fun, and I was like always the person behind the camera. So now it's just like intuitively I'm always picturing, what is this scene, who's in frame, who's facing which direction, and all this stuff. So it's not necessarily that I'm looking for these things, to see if they're right or wrong, but it's much more where like you were intuitively thinking, is this structurally right in the story, and I'm thinking, is this right for the camera, and pacing and all that stuff. But anyway, all of that is just. Did you notice how weird this is?
What do you mean?
Okay.
Weird how? I don't know.
All
what
right.
do you mean weird?
Remember this frame, and then I'm going to fast forward a wee bit, and then I'll go back to it. So they say, you're Sherlock, and he says, Sherlock the detective, and then he says, no, Sherlock the pirate. At which point, John comes out from hiding.
Oh yeah, there's
right
nowhere to
here.
hide. I see. Okay.
There's literally nowhere to hide. He was right here out in the open, completely in the top, and they just literally didn't put him there because there was nowhere for him to hide, but they wanted that open epic shot. And then you have the just absolute silliness of Sherlock jumping down like he's Batman off of the top.
God. It's so fucking ridiculous.
Like his cloak billows out, and like I'm making up numbers. It was a 10-foot drop. He would have sprained both of his ankles when he landed. Like the stuff that they do. Like,
yeah, but it looked sick, Darth.
it looked awesome.
he's like Batman, Darth. Come on, bro. Yeah. Look, it's bad. It's unnecessary. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we need to get into, because you already went through the synopsis. So why were they doing this in the first place? Because for the life of me, I cannot figure out what the plan was here or why the plan was needed.
So
like,
okay. So in order to understand this, we need to fast forward a tiny bit. Basically, we already talked about it. The fact that Mycroft is the captain. So I've written down, I don't get why they need to break into Sharonford. Mycroft made it sound like he ran the place earlier, ? Couldn't he just let them in? And the line that he says is, your security is compromised. And that's the reason they break in. Because he's not sure who they can trust, because if the security is compromised, then no one at the prison can be trusted, hence the ruse for them to break in. So this is a plan that they have put in place to steal this boat, impersonate the captain so they can smuggle themselves in, because the facility that Mycroft runs and owns might be compromised, and therefore necessarily is compromised until proven otherwise, because Eurus is so super duper dangerous and human programmy that they can't risk just going in to talk to the governor, which they do anyway, and he turns out to be compromised anyway. So this A, doesn't work, B, is so ridiculously contrived, and C, they do goofy shit with it, like that Batman shot. Like, it just, the whole thing is just, it's so obtuse and absurd. Yeah, I don't understand what they thought we were supposed to think this was in service of. the idea of this plan being so elaborate, I guess, is sort of, demonstrating the fear or the power that Euros might have. But it doesn't really come across that way. It just comes across as ridiculous when the governor directly challenges Mycroft. It is like, dude, why this is insane. Mycroft's like, I'll say if it's insane. Like, it just, none of this lands for me in any way.
Yeah, because either way, they ended up in the same spot. They wound up in a cage, locked up. The only thing that they gained from doing this the way that they did it was that Sherlock was able to get down to the vault and talk to Euros before the governor knew that he was heading down there.
Yeah.
But at that point, if everything was compromised, Sherlock could have been stopped. With the alarm being set off, all the guards would have stopped him before he even got to her. So, like, no matter what, whether the security is compromised or not, they still wind up in the same place. Like, nothing about this makes sense. And the worst thing that doesn't make sense is that, assume worst case scenario. Assume that she has complete and total control over every single person in there. They go in with only John having a gun, and that's it. And they're supposed to beat an entire armed prison of guards with automatic weapons. So, like, if they had gone in with their own army and somehow snuck their own army in, maybe you could make an argument that this plan makes sense because they were just a distraction, or they were a double distraction or a triple distraction,
Yeah.
or whatever. But then they try to be all smart with it, and they're like, oh, if you just look at people's faces and quit looking at their name badges and stuff, but like, you're not gonna recognize him. I mean, they did a good job with his makeup. It does not look like Mycroft. And they try to make it be like this whole thing where, oh, if you were just looking at my face, you would have seen it was a disguise. No. You wouldn't have.
Well, no,
Like,
that's about Sherlock though, because he's just wearing a beanie. Like, that line is sort of about Sherlock, and like, if you just looked at him, but also like, I don't know, like, that's not really how this stuff works. Like, it's a secure prison. It takes forever to get here. You would know the people you work with, I feel.
One thing that I would give them credit for is the first shot. You go on the boat, you have the pirate line, and then you cut to inside the prison, and the first shot is one of the guards turning on a fan, which is just such a little thing, but it's just a really good bit of world building, because it's just realistic, you know, and it's something that you don't normally see in a lot of stuff, and I really like that they had that, but it also didn't really play. It didn't play out any further. Like, the guards weren't sweating in other scenes. It wasn't like the place was so hot and the fan was supposed to be an indicator of that. It was just they put in one little bit of world building and didn't follow through with it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think that's probably symptomatic of like this whole episode is like, oh, that's a kind of a neat thing they're doing. Okay, but in service of what? Oh, never mind. We've moved on. Like, it sort of, it feels like an interesting, like, oh, okay. But here's the thing about world building. Stuff like that need not be in service of anything larger, because specificity is what makes spaces feel real, right? So, like, when you can kind of get your basic three things of, like, what do they eat, where do they sleep, what do they do for recreation? Once you have those, it's then about specificity in that space. Okay, this guard turns on a fan. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe they need airflow. Maybe they're warm. Who knows? Then you get other little like bits of specificity throughout the space that make it feel real and tactile, which this episode does a good job of in the prison, particularly like that big open air kind of atrium where the governor works. That feels like there's enough detail and things happening in the background of those shots that it feels like a real place that exists. I think the trouble they run into writ large here is this kind of feels like something out of the new James Bond films rather than something out of Sherlock. Like this whole facility.
Marvel is what it reminded me of.
Interesting. Yeah.
Like this is a superhero prison is basically what they were trying to go with, but without having superhero powers in this universe. So it's like, you don't need all of this security. If someone retaliates, you just shoot them. You don't need all of these different passcodes and stuff. I was even going so far as to think, like, why do we need this prison in the first place? Because there can't be that many people. Like they have 3 cannibals there. Are you just keeping them in the most secure prison in the world just because they're cannibals?
Yeah.
Like, half of this, I just don't understand the point of having this in the first place. Like, Azkaban makes sense. You don't want to murder them, but you can't keep them anywhere else. You need a super prison.
Yeah.
With this, Euros is the only person in the entire prison that warrants this level of security.
The only other person that might have done would be like Moriarty, but they locked him up elsewhere when he was in prison. So like that doesn't even make sense either. Like you just, I don't know. There's just a lot of like. This is a load-bearing piece of infrastructure, and I mean that like from a plot perspective. The prison is very load-bearing insofar as it is the facility that lets Eurus do the Saw style, trap room stuff. And it seems like they, as I said before, it seems like they came to that as the idea and then worked backwards from there and didn't stop to be like, hey, does this make the most sense for the kind of space this could be done in? I think you compare this, perhaps rather than comparing it to, I guess, the Marvel films, if you compare it perhaps to comic books or even like those Batman Arkham games, when the Joker takes over Arkham Asylum, you can see how the space existed and had function outside what he does to twist it to sort of suit his means. And later in Arkham City, you can see the similar thing with the different gangs and stuff, where they're taking existing infrastructure and warping it to their will, bending it to their will, and kind of re-engineering that space in a really interesting way to use it to their means. The thing about Sherrinford is, like, it doesn't feel like this... Either they built this place for her from the ground up, or this existed previously. And to your point, if this existed previously, why did it exist previously? Because you could just put a cannibal in a cell anywhere. They don't have special powers. And so it's that question of, like, why did this exist previously? If it did, okay, that doesn't make a lot of sense. If it didn't and they built it for Euros, it should be better at containing Euros. Like, there's sort of this, like, paradoxical way in which either the space needed to be specifically adapted in a way that we can visually see or understand, like where we could tell its function previously, or it doesn't make a lot of sense if it isn't, or if it was purpose built. I mean, there's easy ways to do this. Maybe it was like an old sort of CDC style quarantine facility that's specifically designed to be airlocked, and they've turned it into a prison. Done. Throwaway line of dialogue. Perfect. You could slightly change the stylization of the space. Maybe it's similar to like that plot in the final James Bond film with the Daniel Craig one, where it's like maybe they're developing incredibly dangerous pathogens that need to have like perfect airtight hygiene and security. Done. Perfect. But the fact that it kind of exists between all of these things and doesn't exist in its own right as a space that they've taken and adapted for Euros, or that it's unique to Euros. Like, it doesn't matter how you spin it, it never quite lands as a thing that feels like it exists, even if the specificity of the stuff within it is pretty good quality.
Yeah, I think that the best fix for it is to have her not be the only hyper-intelligent person there, that this is a prison specifically for hyper-intelligent people, and in the midst of this, like, all of these people that we see, all of the criminals in there, they're actually like working on stuff. Like they're being put to work to fix something, to try to do what that Euros does, and she gets on Twitter and she stops assassinations or whatever. Like, all of these prisoners being hyper intelligent, some of them could be working on cancer cures, some of them could be doing whatever. Like they could be forcibly being made to do whatever in this prison that is specifically built to be able to force them to do whatever. Yes. So like, the potential is there, but it's like all that they needed was the framework of, we have a prison to keep her in. We don't need to look at why we have this prison to keep her in.
Yeah. It's sort of like the opposite problem of like, like I mean, you're exactly right. When you say superhero prison, I think more of like this reminds me more of like an Arkham Asylum than like the Raft or something like that, where this feels like it had the potential to be super interesting. I think part of the problem in a different show, you could imagine in this prison, maybe we get to revisit some old villains that Sherlock has locked up, right? Like maybe you get the ghosts of his past actions, locked up here. But because throughout the first season and change, Moriarty kills every criminal that Sherlock comes into contact with, or Sherlock murders them, there's no one to like, or from it's Culbertson Smith from the previous episode. There's no like people to revisit because all of these episodes end with the bad guy dying. Like, there's a way in which the sort of the melodrama of the Moffat style of endings to things precludes you from ever really like having interesting character growth to revisit or characters to kind of see what they've been up to. You saw that with the conclusion of Peter Capaldi's run as the Doctor, where like he clearly wanted to have that final episode be similar to Russell T Davies, where David Tennant got to do this victory lap where he got to revisit all of his old friends, and we got to see what they've been up to. We got to see Captain Jack again. We got to see Mickey and Martha, who got together, and what have they been up to? And you sort of got to revisit some of these characters that we hadn't seen in a while. We even get to see Rose before all of this stuff happened with the Doctor. And then you look at that ending with Capaldi, and it's like he didn't really have anyone worth revisiting. He hadn't created any characters that had lived through his plots to grow and change outside of the plots. At the end of the day, he had Bill Nardole and then like Clara, who he had forgotten that he got to remember at the last second. And I think it's really telling that the style of story that he ends up writing, where you just don't really get characters living long enough or surviving in the same modes long enough to then get those fun moments to revisit them. And necessarily because of the way that Moffat tells stories, you don't get enough interesting characters worth revisiting. And so I think this is one of those, like, you can get the instinct here, and in a better run show, this could have been a really cool way to sort of interact with maybe Magnuson again and see what he's been up to, and how's Moriarty doing locked away. Like all of those things could have been really fun to re-see, but we can't do that because they're all dead, because that's how melodramatic this show is that it's either you're alive or you're either the smartest person, the most evilest person, you're dead as shit, or you're just a regular Joe. Those seem to be the only modes of existence. I just think it's really disappointing.
They were probably going for the like if you're evil, then it's going to lead to your death, which is just like so on the nose, and it's just like such the opposite of Batman, where like everyone who's evil always gets to live. It's just so odd.
Which is the like that's the core of that story, right? Is like he has empathy for those people that he's trying to stop. Like that Batman the Animated Series is an exercise in like he relates to the villains more than he relates to like normal people. Like he gets what, like, I don't know, it's just like it's such a brilliant piece of television, that entire show, because it's so interested in the internal psychology of these characters. It doesn't condemn them as the way that Sherlock does, where it's like Magnuson deserves to die because XYZ, or there's no other option, he has to die. That's such a like nihilistic outlook, I think. Like it's so nihilistic compared to, as you say, like Batman, where it's like he has hope at all times that these people can be rehabilitated. I guess because he hopes he can be rehabilitated, right? Like, but yeah, sorry, I cut you off because you sparked a really interesting thought there. But yeah, it's disappointing that this show didn't get to have that level of maturity, and as a result misses out on these opportunities that would have been a really cool way to see off this universe, I think.
Trying to figure out what to broach next, because like so many problems start happening, all overlapping each other, and I don't know how to start talking about them. Like from this moment where Mycroft is yelling at the governor and saying like if her security was compromised, you're going to be dead. Like everything just seems to go off the rails, and I think it gets back on later, because I actually liked the second half of this way more than the first half.
Well, I might set up what happens here, and then we might just have to go chronologically, because I don't know how else to tackle this, because there's just, even chronologically is tricky, because they try and interweave a bunch of stuff that really shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
So Sherlock does an incredibly good Scottish accent and sneaks past security and is able to visit his sister for the first time since their childhood. After a short conversation, which leaves Sherlock visibly nonplussed, Eurus repeatedly asks how she escaped, and she repeatedly says, "Look at the violin, look closer. You're looking, but you're not seeing." And she coaxes Sherlock to step closer to the glass so she can tell him the truth of how she escaped. As he reaches out to touch the glass, he instead clasps her hand, realizing that the glass was never there. Yeah, and then she does that big old conk. She does a big old knockout, knocks him out, real good. At the same time, Mycroft, John, and the governor review tapes of Eurus's psychiatric sessions, all of which happened against Mycroft's explicit instructions. The governor mentions that whoever came into contact with Eurus was invariably corrupted or put under her influence, recalling an instance in which he talked a member of Sheriford's staff into killing himself and his family. John then realizes the other voice on the tape that they're watching is of the governor himself, and therefore he's necessarily corrupted by Eurus. Alarmed at realizing the security of the compound was already compromised, Mycroft and John attempt to leave. The governor apologizes and sounds the alarm, where guards capture and take them away. As John runs, he hears the security alarm and realizes it's Moriarty talking gibberish. And just as the security screens flash his face and say, "Did you miss me?" John is knocked unconscious. As a reminder, Mycroft is still dead at the start and the end of this episode. Just in case you were wondering. And just in case you're wondering, that stinger at the end was trying to suggest he's coming back. He's not. They didn't make another episode of the show. So at this point, it's just insulting guff. Okay. I don't even know where to start. Sherlock sneaks past these security guards, and he talks to Eurus. What's really confusing about this sequence is they intercut it with Mycroft, John, and the governor watching the live interview feed, but then they cut to the tapes of her taking the psychiatric evaluation, and it's never clear which one's actually Sherlock, which one's her talking to Sherlock, and which one's her talking to the governor on the tape. I found that really confusing.
I didn't think any of it was live. I thought the only thing they were watching was the tapes of the recorded sessions.
See, that's what I thought too, but then I wasn't sure because it seemed like the stuff she was saying on the tapes was very similar to what she was saying to Sherlock, or could have applied to both conversations.
It could have, and that was part of the whole brilliance thing, that she was talking about what she knew was going to happen all the way years later.
I guess I could see that. It's just confusing to watch, which I think is maybe the intended purpose, but yeah, I don't know.
I think that the entire thing was so confusing, and they wrote her the language that she used to sound hyper intelligent, but then once you start looking at it, I don't know what sense it actually makes. Like, you don't really hear her say all that much because they keep cutting back and forth and taking her voice down, so you can only hear like a murmur. But the one thing you do hear her say is that good and bad are not existent, and we only developed those ideas because it's our definition as a societal survival mechanism. And I'm like, you just contradicted yourself. That, like, they exist, we created them as a means of not being able to trust your neighbor. Is like good and bad are a thing because we exist as a society. You can't say that they don't exist and you're too clever for them to apply to you, because that's why you're not a part of society, is because you don't ascribe to being a good, or you have to choose to be a good person or you won't be in society. That's why you're in prison. And she says, "Oh no, I'm too clever for that." That's never going to happen.
Darth, let me tell you a little something about Stephen Moffat. This is like his philosophy at work, right? So, you know how the Doctor is super duper smart and he's an alien, and like, he struggles to connect with humans. Like, that's a thing that like Moffat starts to do with his version of that character. Sherlock in this entire show is so super smart that he can't help but be rude because he doesn't care about the polite rules of society. I think Moffat fancies himself in the same mode where he's like, I don't need to be like everybody else because I'm an artist and I make all of this clever shit. To me, what this is saying is not necessarily that these things don't exist. I guess what Eurus's claim here, which I think is accurate, is these are social constructs and are not phenomenologically anything that you need to participate in. You are conditioned to participate in them. And there's something happening here at a philosophical level that doesn't go anywhere. Don't get me wrong. The execution here does not sustain what they're trying to achieve. But phenomenologically, right, like, good and bad don't exist. Like, morality is a constructed concept. Religion was a technology invented to deliver morality in a more palatable way. As contemporary society has moved on and grown more modern, that technology has become out of date because we now have like secular morality. And so this idea that morality is necessarily, or that good and bad are necessarily social constructs you are obligated to participate in, it's interesting that she's like, yeah, you don't need to do that. But as you say, but you live in society. And so it's in the same way that you can say like social media is bad and we should all stop using it. A lot of people accept, like, but I live in a society and I need to use it to an extent in order to function within the system. In the same way that you can criticize capitalism and a lot of its mechanisms and its outcomes, I still have a salary and a wage and I still spend money on stuff. And so I think that you can exist within a system and criticize it at the same time. And I think it's a really immature approach to suggest that because the system is either constructed, whether that's socially or systematically, just because it's constructed doesn't mean that it doesn't have tangible value or tangible kind of impacts on people's lives. And so the way I read this is sort of like a super smart child's view of morality, where it's like, because she's never had to actually interface properly in these functions, she's able to make these claims at an intellectual level because she doesn't have to deal with the practicalities of their outcomes. Because the truth is, like, if you think about something like The Purge, which is a great example, is you have a society that's predicated on a ruling class that lets everybody else once a year, lets all of the people under them act on their worst instincts for one night. And that ruling class does so because it keeps these people subjugated. And the kind of intimation here, I guess, that Eurus is making, or perhaps that Steve is making through this character, is if you are very, very smart and really, really good at something, if you are BBC's favorite showrunner, for example, just as a random example, you might periodically feel that you can rise above the noise and the minutiae of society in order to do something others necessarily cannot. And this feels like a defense of that without the maturity of actually dealing with it as a concept. Because this episode doesn't necessarily, for Eurus, deal with it, but it does become the central focus of the Holmes boys and Watson and her puzzles with them. So for me, it feels like her asserting a claim, and then, like, this, as she says, it's an experiment. This is her making a hypothesis and then testing it through her series of trap rooms. Whether or not that piece of philosophy holds any water whatsoever, which I just don't think it does. Like, I think you have to participate in these things in order to understand them and work through how they function. But certainly I get the maneuver, and I philosophically understand what Moffat is trying to do here. Whether or not the show ultimately supports her line of thinking or not, I think your mileage is going to vary based on how you interpret what the trap room stuff is trying to achieve, if that makes sense. That was a lot of thinking to get there, but does that make sense, or what's that kind of sparked for you?
Yeah, because I mean that immediately points me to the next scene, or a couple of scenes later, when their choice is for John or Mycroft to shoot the governor, or else they're gonna kill both the governor and his wife. And they're like, because you are a moral good person and you didn't do this, 2 people are dead, trying to show that morality is bad, I guess. But in reality, like, he did the good and noble thing and didn't shoot someone in the head. He didn't kill anyone. She killed them. It's like, it's totally her fault, and she's trying to say that because I'm smarter than you, you are morally wrong for not doing something you consider morally bad. Like, the whole thing is just so convoluted, and I don't know if it lands anything they were trying to make land.
Let's park that and come back to it when that scene happens, because I think it's that first time when she's like, Watson or Mycroft has to kill the governor. That's where we kind of get the hypothesis of the experiment laid out pretty transparently. And I think, like, as I said, your mileage is going to vary. I think they almost approach an interesting idea here, or like an interesting interpretation of like utilitarian ethics, but I don't think the show is capable of getting there because it becomes so self-interested and indulgent in its approach to it. Because the moral quandary here is really interesting, but I don't, as you say, I don't think it lands anything. I don't think it sticks to landing at all in any capacity. But also, it's the way that they have her talk. It's unless you've studied this stuff, like unless you have done a degree or at least like partially like studied this stuff in any kind of capacity. Most of what she's saying just sounds like smart gibberish. Like you have to either pause it, try and like write it down, and be like, what is she actually saying? Or unless you have like a vocabulary from doing a master's in like writing or something. A lot of this just like doesn't mean anything to you. And so there's also that aspect.
One interesting thing I'm curious if you picked up on was from the tapes when they're listening to her. Aside from the line that I was just quoting, do you remember what else she talked about?
On the tapes? Man, I don't remember.
It was going on in the background. It was really hard to hear, but, and I don't know how this plays into the later scene, but she's talking about the governor's wife. And the governor keeps saying something like, this is inappropriate, we shouldn't do this. And Euros is saying something like, I can take care of her for you. So there's this weird implication that he actually hates his wife and wants her to die. So when Euros offers to kill the wife, she's doing what the governor actually wants. I don't really know where they were going with that, but
Well, I think it's that idea that we get later, which is like she might be planting that in his head, like to fuck with him.
But then he doesn't react like he wants her dead at all, that he truly loves his wife. So like I don't know what they were going with those lines related to the wife in the recordings and how that was supposed to tie in with the governor's death scene. But anyway, so that was just going chronologically, that happens way before the context for it ever actually pops up.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'll just bring it up. And in the course of that scene, we also have one of the most confusing shots in this entire thing, which is John goes out on the balcony and looks out.
What the fuck was that about?
Yeah, he goes out and it shows this like wide shot to show how isolated the island is. And he looks down at the rocks below to show us that it's like a fall down to your death if you jumped or something. Like, I don't understand. And then he comes
back in.
But that was the catalyst for him saying, listen to the tapes. Mycroft, stop, shut up, listen to the tapes, and that's the governor's voice. Like, him going out on the balcony was somehow the catalyst to get him to move everything forward. Yeah. And I don't understand what they were thinking.
I don't get it. Like, I
can't even come up with a... there's no theory.
Explanation. It's, and it's cut so awkwardly. It makes me think there was some other scene that happened here. This was probably completely changed in editing because something didn't fit and they just needed a scene to tie everything together. That makes way more sense because I couldn't figure out if you did this intentionally, why would you do this intentionally? It doesn't fit whatsoever. Yeah, my best guess is this is just like an unforced error due to like a lack of coverage or maybe whatever scene they had didn't work.
So my next big question was about Sherlock when he's actually talking with Euros. Did you have anything before that?
No, I think that's where my notes are as well. I like a line from Euros, and I don't know when she says it, but she's sort of talking about like, I can't remember what the preamble is, but she ends up with the conclusion of like, you're a prisoner of your own meat, which I just thought was a really interesting Moffat line. It's very Steve. I like that a lot. I enjoy the way she's like, look at the violin, and he sort of does his like wishy-washy vision, and she's like, no, you're looking, but you're not seeing. And then she gives it to him and he does it again. I thought that was really interesting. And she keeps being like, look at me. And he's like, how did you escape? And she's like, look at me. And I thought that was really cool. My only issue with it is it's the kind of solve where we could never have worked that out because of the way the scene is shot.
You could if you had watched it. Once you've watched it once, and you see the watch the scene with her and Moriarty when they meet. You could see her reflection in the glass
That
in
happens
every
after.
shot.
That happens after.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is like, that's why I said at the beginning that like the context screws up everything in this episode, because after, when you go back and you look back, you're like, oh yeah, I could solve this immediately because there's no reflections there. But
Yes.
in the moment, you're like, this is some clean glass. Like, whoever did this,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
props to the Windex people. I mean,
They're really out there getting it done. Another line I really like. I just thought this was like very. I don't know. I like this. I like a lot of what this character is trying to do. She says, "I made you laugh all night. I love how much I could make you laugh. Turns out I got it wrong. You were screaming." And
Yes.
I was like, Steve, that's a really cool idea. Doesn't make any sense, but it's a cool idea. Like again, like it in a much better episode, that would be like, whoa, like that's
The sad thing is that the reason that that would have worked would have been too horrendous to even put in this episode, and it should have been the same thing as when she was cutting her own muscles because she wanted to see how they worked. So she should have been like literally cutting Sherlock open because
Yep.
she wanted to see how he worked, and
Yep.
that's why he was screaming. But then they turned it into he was screaming because of Redbeard. The whole thing, that just doesn't make sense, because again, they could never prove that she was the one who made Redbeard disappear.
Yep.
They just assumed it. So I don't know. So many issues with how it could have been, but so much of what I would have preferred to have seen would have been way too dark for this show and would have probably pushed it towards like rated R. But it would have been intriguing.
Give me that episode, you cowards. Yeah. Yeah. Again, like it's a missed shot, but I think the idea is very cool.
So my thought, which I have not been able to come up with a legit explanation for this, is why he is so focused on how she escaped. That is what he is constantly asking from the very moment that he walks into that room, is him needing to know how she escaped. And that's not the prime mystery. That's what I can't get past. Like, the prime mystery is this is a person who he has no memory of, but whom he lived with. Like, he should be asking, why don't I remember you? He should be asking, like, what did you do for Mycroft to put you in here? He should be asking all of these other things, yet what he is so focused on is, how did you get out of this prison? Which he never even saw her. It was John who saw her all the other times. So I don't... It would have been different. Well, no, he did see her. Which, I don't have this written down anywhere, and it's something we at some point need to talk about, is the fact that he went out, had chips with this woman, they had this whole talk. She has the line where it's like, you're not what I expected, you're nicer, which was supposed to be like this actual moment between brother and sister, although he didn't know it at the time. They don't tie that in at all. They mention it happened, but they don't tie it in. She should have said something like that made me do XYZ, that
Yeah.
that led to this, like, I did that for a reason. And that doesn't tie in here whatsoever. So all of these mysteries that Sherlock could have been asking about, and all he cares about is, how did you get out of the cell? Because that's what the story needs you to care about.
Yep.
The
only thing that ties together is the only detail I noticed that ties together is the self-harm. She's got, like, he notices that when she's at his flat, she's like cut herself. Which is obviously when she was trying to look at how her muscles worked as a kid. It was the only like nice, neat bit of continuity that I pulled through there. Yeah, that's just
like
kind of
that.
cool. Yeah, like little details like that are cool.
Now I'm curious to see if we could actually see a shot of her arm, to see if you actually do see those scars in real life, because that would be a bit of
Wouldn't imagine so. I imagine we would have noticed if that was the case.
yeah. I don't know if you ever see it. It'd be interesting if they went to that granular level of detail. I know some filmmakers would, like, I've heard stories about, people doing something that, like, it's under a piece of clothing, so you'll probably never see it, but if this ever flaps up, they want you to be able to see the logo right here, or something like that. So some filmmakers will put in that extra level of detail.
Yeah.
But I don't know if those are these people.
Look,
but,
who's to say? I guess where to say. That's the whole exercise of this show. Okay, so we talked about it before, but so Sherlock is having this conversation, and He realizes that glass isn't there, and then she knocks him out. Separately, we get John coming back inside and being like, realizing the governor's on the tape and that they're already compromised. So the explanation of how she escaped is that the glass just isn't there. That I don't fully understand like what. I guess it doesn't matter how she escaped, to be honest. I suppose that's really not the important thing, but I guess...
I think what they were trying to say is that because the glass is not there, which is basically the glass is the version of jail bar cells. So if like an Old West version would have probably been that they just bend the bars and show that they were just rubber in the first place or whatever. And the point being that I got out because this isn't a prison, because
Right.
the walls are fake or whatever.
Yeah.
So that was probably what they were going for. But it also doesn't make sense because she immediately launches into a physical attack as the explanation, because she says, you want to see how I got out? I'll show you. She takes a step out and then immediately bams him. And it's like that was supposed to be the explanation. Just, she says it and then she does it. So it's like she attacked a guard and that's how she got out. But no, it was her mind controlling everyone. And then you get that awesome scene that I talked about where she's like killing him and not wanting to kill him, so she's ordering the guards to get in there and stop her from killing him, even though she wants to kill. Like the whole thing is just like mental, but in a really intriguing way. And the way that they shot it with her hair all down in front of her face is like super creepy. So all kinds of things were going for this scene, and it just didn't have enough behind it.
Doesn't land. They just cannot stick the landing. Doesn't matter how hard they try. It's really unfortunate.
It also made me really laugh because that was an elevator that went down to her cell, right?
Yeah.
So the guards were already, as soon as she said get in here, the tube spun around and the guards were there. So they were just sitting there waiting in the elevator for her to say, hey, open the door and come in here.
It's possible she's fully programmed them all, right? Like, that's possible.
I guess.
You know?
Another cool detail was when Sherlock is walking in and he's talking to the guards. I really like the idea that they have to wear headphones because somehow she could play the right notes with her violin to make them want to go kill themselves.
I thought they would just, like, it gets really annoying after a while. I didn't think that was, like... I don't think they were being literal.
I don't know, because he said it kills you in the end, and we have seen that her just talking to people gets them to kill themselves. I was wondering.
I think that's just them being bros. I don't think they're like, her violin songs could murder you. Although, you know.
See, I was thinking about a South Park and the brown note. Like, is there a red note where you would just play it and people die?
Death. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I also like there's a line where it's like as they're clasping hands and Sherlock says she says simple but clever and he says transparent, and I was like
yeah.
I was like okay, like neat little exchange. Okay.
It was a really neat thing that I noticed about the when so Sherlock has his earpiece in and John's talking to him, and John's trying to warn him, so John goes African camel toes. And
you're just never gonna get that right, are you? Just doing this on purpose now.
I was trying to time it exactly when you took the drink, but
son of a bitch. I don't like this chaos that Darth has. This energy that you brought is so fucking chaotic this episode. I think you've just been trying to like rile me up all week by being like, this episode fucking rocks, like I fucking love it. Like I reckon you're trying to program me.
You kept saying it wasn't possible. I've just been showing you how true it is. But anyway, so what was so interesting about that was, as far as I could remember, that was the first time that John has been the one to say it. Every other time it has been Sherlock who says it, and John immediately reacts. But when John says it, Sherlock says, "Not now," and pulls out the earpiece.
Yeah.
So they have agreed, if we say this, someone's about to die, and Sherlock is like, nah, I'm good, bro.
Actually, I'm chill, though. I'm good, actually. I'm actually fine, though. I'm actually cool. Yeah, it's kind of a Chad move. I like it. Yeah, not stressed, not stressed. I love it. Okay, do you have anything else on the Eurus exchange, or should we talk about the John stuff?
I am out of notes until the Christmas flashback.
Ugh. Okay. Um, sorry, the visceral reaction. Basically, John and Mycroft try to leave. The governor sends his goons after him, and then John gets knocked out. As Moriarty plays over the speakers, saying, "Did you miss me?" In a flashback from Christmas 5 years prior, a helicopter arrives at Sheriff with Moriarty on board by Mycroft's orders. At Eurus's request for a Christmas present, she wants 5 minutes of unsupervised time with Moriarty. According to Mycroft, Eurus has taken an interest in Moriarty's obsession with Sherlock, and she had him record the audio and video that the girl heard on the phone and John saw before being knocked out, as well as many other messages. I have written down here, God, it's very good to see Moriarty again. It's definitely a mistake to kill him. He's extremely good. I love seeing him.
I could almost get behind the idea that a dead villain who was so smart that he planned out future crimes against you, like, that premise is really intriguing. But these probably were not the right writers to use that story.
Mm-hmm.
So again, this is my main thing was like I love the idea of it, that he had planned out all this stuff, but the way that he is involved in this is so minimal that
he just
his
does like
inclusion
VO
is,
work. He just does VO work. He literally
Yeah,
just does voiceover. That's it.
it's fan service is like the entire reason
Yeah.
that he's here, which honestly I adored this scene, and like the way that this introduces him with the upbeat music flying in.
Oh my God, it's so
like
good.
I probably would have taken this scene and him listening to the music and reacting to the crowd noise from the live recording. Like I loved it. And I probably would have either made this like the opening scene or secondary to the initial mystery introduction if we're replacing the plane scene with something that actually happened. And then
It's something that actually happened. That was like, you didn't sound bitter, but I felt it.
yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel so torn on this. It's cool to see him back, and he's very excellent and very fun to watch. I think if you do this, you have to have the restraint to cut the stinger at the end of the credits. You can't confirm again that he's dead and then be like, but what if he's back next season? Like, I don't know. There's a part of me that, like, it gets insulting at a certain point, and you can see why the fans are starting to get a bit, like, maybe the show's actually bad. Because... Yeah. But yeah, to your point, I thought it could make for a really good season of television of all of these posthumous crimes that have been set up, and it's sort of Sherlock and John, like, battling against him from the past could be really compelling. But as you say, you would need sort of a different style of writing for that to work.
Yeah, it's actually very similar to Doctor Who when you think about it, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you kill Missy or whatever she's going by at the time, because you're killing this version of her, but then you're going to be attacked by her later on, and it was some past version of her.
Yeah,
and it could have been the same thing, but. Anyway, I would have loved this inclusion of this character to have carried more weight. Is basically the end result of it, because
it's a larger influence on the story, or Eurus, or some big big impact, right?
Yeah, because he doesn't take anything that they have this 5-minute talk, and that's before Moriarty has his conflict with Sherlock, and we don't see anything given to him by her used against Sherlock.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the point of giving us this flashback? And it was like a one-way street of, I don't know, like he gave her these recordings and that was it. Like it was just a one-way thing.
So the thing that she gives him in the scene is she says Redbeard.
But he doesn't use it. So
I know. I'm just saying, like I'm it doesn't go anywhere. I'm just saying that, like. But that's the thing that's, like, insane to me, is, like, You wrote the previous episodes that he's in. Just go back and rewatch them and be like, how can we reverse engineer Eurus to have given him something that he's used here? That's literally what writing a sequel is about. Like, I'm doing it at the moment with book 4. Like, I'm going through the other books and being like, what can I fold back in here? How can we make it work? But it seems like they just went, I don't know, wouldn't it be terrifying if they both met and talked about Sherlock? It's like, okay, but what if Moriarty did something? Maybe.
And some of the stuff is just like, the entire scene is so good with him, like the way that he interacts with the cannibals and the inmates, the way that his story of the donkey in the manger, and the way that he interacts with Mycroft, like everything is just done so well. And I adore the way that he enters the room when he goes and meets Euros is completely unlike all of the rest of them. He like basically swaggers up to the glass.
He does.
Like he's not scared of her.
No.
You know? It's a completely different level of interaction. And then you have the whole like super creepy thing where they're both like flirting with each other, doing this whole snake dance
it's
thing.
So weird, man. I guess like it's very weird. Also, we have to quickly, before we move on, do a fashion check on Moriarty, because that suit is incredible. Like the blue suit and the matching shirt, the buttons. It's a sick look. See if you can get a.
I mean, most of these people are really well put together. Actually, their wardrobe is always really on point.
You can tell that a BBC show gets more funding as it goes, because like everyone gets hair gel and everyone gets nicer clothes as the show progresses. But yeah, it's a really good fit for him. It's a good look for him. I like this version of kind of. It just makes me wish that he wasn't dead, man. Like he's such an interesting character to have, and they just completely wasted him in the show. It's a shame. I love this line where he's like, how many cannibals do you have here? And then he follows it up with, people leave their bodies to science. Cannibals would be so much more grateful. I thought that was like peak. When Moffat's firing on all cylinders, writing a character, you can feel it. And this is him. This is like Moriarty. This is like Steve at a keyboard, absolutely nailing this character. And I love every second of it. And you can tell that the writers are having fun with this as well. Like, that's the other thing that's really frustrating to me, is they're clearly having an excellent fun time writing this character, and they killed him. Like, it's so frustrating, because you can feel this joy that they have in bringing him to life, and you can feel the joy of this character on screen, and this just the way that he fills up every room he's in. And it just makes me wish for a show where he isn't dead. And you can feel the impulse of the fans who are like, maybe he's not. Like, because the show keeps teasing maybe he's coming back. Wouldn't it be cool if he was back? And it's just a frustrating fact that I don't, it's like, I don't know how else to explain it other than it's kind of like watching your favorite film and being like, man, I really wish they did this maneuver. And then they have like 5 minutes of it, and you're like, whoa, that's really cool. And then for the rest of that film franchise, they never do that thing ever again. This kind of feels that, where it's like a version of this show that I would watch forever. It's just Moriarty going about and doing shit, just being a big evil charming guy. I'd watch the shit out of that. It's hugely disappointing to me that this is all we get. But I'm glad it's here. It makes me want more.
It really is terrible when they take a beloved fan character and then completely waste them, isn't it?
Shut up, Darth. No one cares about Luke Skywalker. No one gives a shit. I get it. You want him to be a big sexy Jedi doing backflips and stuff. Sorry he got old. How bad. How bad.
Oh, I want to get into it so bad because I disagree with everything you just said.
Make him do sexy flips. Make him do flips. That's what everyone wants from Luke Skywalker. Give him a cool lightsaber and a sexy black jacket.
Back on scene.
That's very good.
Okay. I want to talk about the whole treats thing, because that was such a big part of this episode, and they did it so badly.
Do you want to set it up, like what it is?
So, throughout the entire episode, we get little hints, and we actually the entire flashback with Moriarty was, you are the treat for her. It's Christmas. On Christmas she gets a treat. Last year it was a violin. This year it's 5 minutes unsupervised conversation with Moriarty. And so we get that background, and then going forward, everyone is always angry at Mycroft because you gave her her treats, and that's how she was able to do all of this. And then the culmination is right before Sherlock points the gun at himself, and he's like, it took 5 minutes. You gave her 5 minutes, and that's all she needed. You gave her her treats. And Euros says it to Mycroft, you gave me my treats. The entire thing, like, that is repeated over and over, that the treats that he gave her are the reason she was able to do this. And this concept bothers me so much because the idea is amazing and the execution is one of the worst things I've ever seen, because there are only two treats that she was given that we are aware of: the violin and Moriarty. All Moriarty did for her was record these video clips, and all the violin did for her was give her something to play. The treats did not whatsoever affect her ability to escape. But if she's been there for 25 years, whatever.
Yep.
If she's been there that long, she has gotten a treat every Christmas for that entire time. That has enabled her to build a microphone that allows her to talk with someone out, so she's communicating with the outside world, because every year she asked for a different component, which let her build something because of her supreme intelligence. Now they could actually say, all these treats you gave her for the past 20 years let her escape from prison.
Right.
But as it stands, these treats did nothing, but they keep making it sound like they were this big thing.
Yeah,
Mycroft didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, she doesn't do like the Tony Stark escaping from the cave thing, of subtly masquerading and being able to sort of build this thing that lets her escape. She just kind of like, as you said before, like, Moriarty doesn't influence what she does at all, to our knowledge. And the violin doesn't really play like a pivotal role in her escape. So like, what did Mycroft do that was so wrong that led to this? I completely agree. It's if anything, it's all the governor's fault, right? For disobeying Mycroft's orders.
Which I want to go off on that too, because from one perspective, I agree with him, because she is a from this version of her, is a once in a lifetime genius that probably should be studied, although probably more from like a biological chemistry perspective of what about her, physiology is making her like this. Because doing the interviews is not going to tell you how do we replicate this in another human. It's like, biologically, how would we replicate this in another human? So that entire thing works in a completely different way than what they had actually tried to do. I don't know. Just like I said, the potential was amazing, but the way that they did it, nothing really ties together, because there's nothing. Mycroft shouldn't have given her the conversation with Moriarty, but it didn't lead to anything that actually harmed anyone.
Yeah.
So in the end, it was just two villainous people getting to talk to each other and be like, "Oh, I'm not alone in the world. I got another one of you. There's another one of me." There's
this implication that, and this Eurus implies this at the end of the episode, once the boys escape from the trap rooms or whatever. There's this implication that, like, I think she even explicitly says, I'm Jim Moriarty's revenge or whatever. And I don't know that she is. Like, I don't know that any part of this has anything to do with Moriarty, other than the fact that, like, he was also obsessed with Sherlock. But the episode keeps insisting that they're related. I think that's really interesting to note. It's like, they keep saying it is, but they seem unable to execute on this premise in a way that makes that the case textually. And when we've talked a lot throughout the show about the idea of the aesthetic and the story clashing, this is like the antithesis of that, where the aesthetic here is like, we want these two villains to have met and to have hatched this scheme. That's the aesthetic they want. In the story they're telling, that doesn't happen. They just meet and they kind of like, Moriarty does a bunch of recordings, and that's kind of it. There's no implication here that anything else had changed, or that conversation in any way gave her the tools she needed. So that's sort of like, and what it ends up doing is it makes the impact of her decisions less than they could have been, because the whole time you're like, wait, what did Moriarty have to do with this? Instead of being like, holy shit, Eurus is super evil, look at what she's doing. And it has that unnecessary consequence of kind of diluting your attention and focus, and making you try to solve a bigger picture that doesn't have a solution. And that's kind of, I think, the core issue with this, is it distracts from the thing that makes this episode interesting, which is the interplay between Eurus and the Holmes boys. And bringing Moriarty into it is, as you say, fan service, and it has that unfortunate side effect of scattering the attention of the episode and the focus of what's happening, in a way that I think is pretty harmful to the kind of consistency and the coherency of the text. Because you spend the whole time being like, well, if he's dead, this is just a recording. And then at the very fucking end, when you get to the credits, it's like, oh, maybe he isn't dead? What the fuck? Like, I don't know, just, yeah.
Which, to be fair, Sherlock is constantly, like, John is constantly saying, how can he be alive? And Sherlock is constantly basically telling the audience, he's not alive, it's a recording, you idiot. So
you got to have a lot of balls to then be like, let me put a stinger in. Like, come on, fuck off. 3 seasons in a row, are you kidding me?
Which is funny, because I only accidentally know about it, because that wasn't on my recording.
It's on my Blu-ray box set edition.
Yeah. I don't even see the credits. It just loops over and starts the beginning of the episode again.
I got it in 4K, Ultra Blu-ray.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could find any of these clips just like on YouTube, because I didn't want to pull it up on my computer. And I accidentally found that stinger at the end, and I was like, I'm kind of glad I never saw that, because that would have made me really angry.
You can see why fans were pissed. And then, like, when Apple Tree Yard turned out to just be Apple Tree Yard, they were like, why the fuck was that stinger there at all? Like, you could see kind of how this all shook out, and how it might have upset some folks. All
right, well, we'll talk about One Tree Hill later. Let's get back to it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna murder Darth if he does another name wrong on purpose. I like that you know it bothers me as well, and you're like, no, this will be good. Do it to me constantly. What was the saying that we discovered doesn't exist in America this week?
Supremely average.
Yeah, because I was trying to, like, I've been feeling a bit under the weather, and I was like, hey, like, just heads up, like, I feel pretty average. And you just, like, Googled what average means in Australian, and I was like, oh, that's not quite right either. Turns out that's a really Australian saying, to be like, oh yeah, I just feel really average. That's like, I'm feeling under the weather.
It was just so funny, because, like, my first reaction was like, bro, you're amazing. Don't say that. Like, you're way above average. Like,
so I never clocked as, like, a particular saying. Another one that came up recently with one of my North American teammates was, in Australia, you say, like, how are you going? Which in the UK is, like, a really personal question. That's like, you know, how are you going? Like, how's life? Like, whereas in Australia, it's like, oh, how you going? Hey, I'm good, mate. How are you? And I recently discovered that, and they were like, it was weird. I got on these Zoom calls, and all of your colleagues were asking me, like, these really personal questions. I was like, oh, that's weird. That doesn't sound like my team. She's like, yeah, they kept asking me how I was going, and I was like, do I seem upset? Like, do I seem sad? Like, why do they keep asking me that? And I was like, oh no, that's just like, that's how we say, like, what's up? Like, like, what's good? Like, you know, yeah, very, very, very entertaining. She was so confused, and she was like, do I come across as, like, upset or, like, depressed? Like, I don't understand why they keep asking me. That's another fun one.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by that, because, like, Germans are another really interesting one. Like, apparently, if you're over there and you ask someone how they're doing, like, they'll stop and, like, tell you about their bowel movements or something, because they think you're, like, literally asking, how are you today?
Like, physically, what's happening? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a lot to do with, like, in the original language, what's the equivalent translation? The English are just, that's some crazy shit over there. I don't know what's happening. Okay, so John awakens in a Sharonford prison cell along with Sherlock, Mycroft, and the head of security. They briefly talk to the girl on the airplane before the connection is terminated by Eurus, who communicates with them via television screens around the compound. She gives them a choice in order to reconnect with the girl. Sherlock must choose either Mycroft or John to kill the head of security, or she will kill the man's wife, whom she has taken captive. Mycroft declines the gun from Sherlock, but John accepts it. Nonetheless, John cannot bring himself to shoot, and so the head of security snatches the gun and shoots himself before anyone can react. So... All right, I want to address like the hypothesis that she puts forward. So Eurus says, I am particularly focused on internal conflicts where strategies around a largely intuitive moral code appears to create a counterintuitive result. So I want to pull this apart because for me, this is some of Moffat at his best as far as like his maneuvers. So internal conflicts where strategies around a largely intuitive moral code appear to create a counterintuitive result. So this is where you're asked to address a conflict where your generally intuitive moral code, which is like, don't kill people, killing people's bad, creates a counterintuitive result when placed in a particular scenario. So the counterintuitive result here is, if they don't kill this man, they are killing two people. So this is sort of the train problem, but sort of on steroids, which is, unless they kill the governor and his wife will die. The trolley problem is a really interesting one in philosophy. There's a really good lecture about death from, I want to say it's like Stanford, maybe. It's on YouTube. I'll link it in the notes. It kind of works through the trolley problem in its kind of totality, where it's sort of, you go, okay, you're on a train track and the train is coming and you have a lever and you can divert the train to kill one person, like your best friend, or to kill 10 people that you don't know. And that's kind of a moral dilemma where it's asking about the utilitarian value of human life. Like, do you go for like the least amount of harm, or do you go for the least amount of harm to you? And then, he expands on it. He's like, okay, well then imagine instead it's a single train track and there's a bridge over it, and 3 people are going to get killed unless the train stops. And you're standing on the bridge, and you could push a really large man over the edge that would stop the train, but he would die. But you would have to push him. Is that morally right? He works through a series of scenarios about the way this stuff kind of functions in practice, and what that means for our spiritual understanding of death, and what that means for sort of our understanding of life and value and things like that. And so there's a way in which this is a very basic version of psychology, where she's sort of putting these guys in a position where they have to take their moral code and try and use it in a context where it doesn't necessarily work. Where being a quote-unquote good man is actually doing more harm than good. What are your thoughts on this problem as a conceit? Or how do you feel about this? And then we'll talk about what we might do in this scenario.
I'd probably have to do a lot of research to make sure that I had formed the correct opinion, but my immediate reaction is that people are looking at the wrong definition, or not the wrong definitions, but they're focusing on the wrong word, because I would see that as two separate things. It's not whether you're morally right or morally wrong, it's whatever is the most practical in that situation. So pushing a person off in order to kill him and save 50 other people is morally wrong, but practically it is the best thing in order to save the most amount of people, which is not a moral decision. That's a practical decision to, further the species or whatever. So this thing with you have to kill one to save the other, is it a moral thing or is it a practical thing? I just have to make sure that that you're doing things for a reason that you would not. So John doesn't do it because he feels morally wrong about that. Sherlock was able to do it. That's why she didn't give him the option. He would have been able to kill the governor because he doesn't see it as a moral thing. He sees it as a practical thing. It's just a numbers thing for Sherlock. So he's just looking at it purely practically. So I think that entire thing boils down to what the type of person is and how their brain works. Where are they seeing things from the practical perspective or from a much more emotional perspective where they can't look at the practicality of it because they're too focused on the emotionality of it?
Yeah, but I mean, practicality, the way that you've defined it there, is a form of ethics. Like, you're saying that it's outcome based ethics, which is like utilitarianism, right? So basically, like the outcome should determine the action that you're taking, and the outcome should maximize happiness, well-being, minimize damage to the most number of people. So when you say practical, like you're talking about like utilitarianism, like you're trying to maximize utility, and I guess it's that idea of like you want to maximize the good outcomes and minimize the bad ones, which is a form of like consequentialism. I guess the way that you described it there makes sense to me, but it is important to acknowledge like that is a constructed part of society. There is no such thing as utilitarianism phenomenologically, right? Like it is a construct that you can choose to disregard or behave, and that's kind of what Eurus is getting to. The ultimate goal of like this style of kind of ethics is you want to avoid the most number of existential risks to humanity. And an existential risk to humanity is like 2 people dying is worse than 1 person dying, is like what it boils down to in this scene. You could think about it in the context of like social welfare, like poverty, things like that. The ethics of like raising animals for food and all that stuff, right? It's all about trying to minimize the number of existential threats that we face as a species. And so when you say practicality, that's like a form of ethical assessment. You might say, in this example, let's say that the wife is like a neurosurgeon who has the ability to like save tons of people with brain cancer, maybe cure brain cancer. Does that make it more morally right to shoot him? Or does that not change the equation? Because it's still 2 people or 1 person. What if he had the ability to cure cancer, but if you kill him, then they both die? Like, you can keep spinning it around and around and around until you get to a point where, like, the obvious limitations of utilitarianism are it discounts the fact that, like, things are rarely so simple in reality. Because we can sit here and be like, yes, I think, like, 2 people dying is worse than 1. But in order to do so, 1 person would have to commit murder. So are you damning 1 person to death? You condemning 1 person to death, damning another for the rest of their life to save 1 person. And is that 2 lives in exchange for 1? And so you start to get into these kind of complicated questions of like, well, what do we mean when we say what's practical, and what do we mean when we say consequence and outcome? And I just think it's a really interesting piece of philosophy that the show isn't really interested in. The show is interested in the drama between these characters.
That's what I was about to say, is like the more interesting question to me is like, all of this is really intriguing, but is this Sherlock? Because this kind of stuff is not what this show has been obsessed about. This show has been obsessed about intellect above all else, and the morality behind certain decisions has very rarely been a part of stuff. And making it like the prime focus of this second half of the episode just feels so off from what we know Sherlock as a show to be centered on. Which was why I was saying I wish that all of these tasks had been purely centered on deductions instead of this moral code thing.
I guess that's why I was interested in like your enjoyment of the episode, because for me this is the majority of the content, and it just doesn't feel like the show we've been watching, like, at all. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed a lot of it. I was like, oh, this is just like a really captivating piece of television for the most part. It's really exciting. It makes you think about stuff, but it's not interested in that stuff. But yeah, it's an interesting moral conundrum that just like doesn't really end up saying anything in particular or having anything to say about itself. I think the most interesting aspect of this is it by making it Mycroft or Watson to pull the trigger, it sort of necessarily intimates that Sherlock might be capable of doing this, which I think that's probably like the underlying implication that Eurus has here. Whether or not that's true, I don't know, but I thought that was interesting to just acknowledge. That is like,
I mean, I would argue, like, knowing his character as well as we've come to know him over the past 8 months of study, that I do think that he would be able to pull the trigger.
We've seen him do it before.
Not to an innocent person.
Oh, he doesn't. Yeah, but I don't know that Sherlock delineates like that. Like this guy, this is this guy's fault. He actually doesn't know that yet. He doesn't know that yet. But he's killing someone to save someone else, innocent or not.
The only reason he killed Magnuson was to protect John and to protect Mary. Like he did it out of an act of kindness. So I don't necessarily know. Like the one thing that you
this is an act of kindness, right? To kill him to save his wife.
Yeah, like the another reason I would say that you should necessarily feel as morally bad in this situation is because the governor is basically asking for assisted suicide at this point.
Yeah,
he's like, this will save my wife. I know I did something wrong. Please kill me. Like he's okay with it.
Yeah, yeah.
I had a lot of issues with how this scene played out because. Like I love the soldierism of how John handled it, but the exact motions that he did was just torturing the dude.
The what do you call it? The choreography is so bizarre.
Yeah, because like first he has him turn around, and then he touches his shoulder, which freaks him out to get him to get down on his knees. Then he points the gun directly touching the dude's head, which freaks him out even more.
It's so confusing. I'm like, I guess he's trying to psych himself into it, but everything he's doing is freaking this dude out more. Yeah, the choreography is bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
anyway, so
the only thing I was going to say on that, where he's sort of coaxing this guy in, is Watson sort of is talking to the governor, but sort of psyching himself up. Like that's the mechanism that's happening here. And I thought that Watson's behavior here is very in character, but is sort of, I think they lean into the soldier stuff too hard after doing so much this season to change him from that, and to make him into a fully realized person with an interior world and with empathy. And I think that they push him far too quickly into the way he used to be. And I think it's a missed opportunity for him to maybe demonstrate the kind of person he is now. There's a way
especially
in which,
because this is the first time that we've seen him really, after whatever transition he went through in the last episode, where he's suffered Mary and now he's gotten over, he's no longer talking to her ghost. So this should be an entirely new version of John that we're seeing, right. Which you could maybe say from his first interaction with Mycroft in Mycroft's house that this is a different version of John, but then going forward it's not really.
He just becomes season one John. Like
he is a little more aggressive with we're soldiers, we have to be strong. So maybe you could argue that there's a little bit of character growth, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, but that seems to run antithetical to the whole arc that they've had him on. Like that's my point. Is like it's like the opposite of where he should be right now as a person. Yeah. I guess
there wasn't really an arc. It's just, hey, what emotion is he supposed to be displaying right now in this scene?
Is he sad or angry, John?
Yeah,
those are the two.
Is he hurt? I mean, he doesn't have that many.
Is he kidnapped, John? Because that's his other motive being.
The really interesting thing. Did you clock anything with Sherlock in this scene?
What do you mean?
As far as I know, this is the only time in the entire show where he does not try to solve a problem using his intellect. He just stands there and lets it happen.
Interesting.
He doesn't try to find a way out of the room. Mm-hmm. He doesn't try to pick any locks. He doesn't try to look at the cameras and see if there's a way to reverse the feed. He doesn't look at the speakers to see if he could take the magnet out of the speaker and use it to open the door. He doesn't do any of the stuff that Sherlock would normally do because his character was written to have to be contrite and just sit there and let it happen because this wasn't about him. It was about one of the other two killing the governor.
That comes back to something Rye talked about a lot in that his essay on The Last Jedi, where it's like, what does failure look like? Characters have to they have to try and then fail. They have to be trying to solve it and fail for it to feel satisfying. And yeah, you're right. This just feels like, I mean, I get it. Like there's a part of me that's like he wants to save the girl on the plane. It's a big motivator for him for not fucking this up. But he still doesn't really try to like outmaneuver here. Like there's no, yeah, you're right. He doesn't do anything active in this scene, which makes the failure and the outcome less satisfying or less interesting.
And then this is where I had talked about it before, but this is where Yuris's character is like super solidified. Like this is now definitively she is absolutely evil, and she has pulled the trigger on someone herself and has murdered in front of the audience's eyes, even though her chair back was technically right in front of the camera, and you don't actually see the bullet hit the victim. Because first time I saw it, I was like, "Oh, that was faked," but turns out no, it wasn't faked.
Yeah, this is her point of no return.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, as I've already said, they went somewhere with this character where they couldn't redeem her, which is what they wanted to do, and it just doesn't play out all that well. But there's something else really interesting about this, and I'm wondering if you see it.
About what? You got to be more specific than that. Interesting about
So, go to whether you have the footage up or not, but go to the moment where they're reacting to the governor's death, and then the door slides open and they walk into the next room.
Mm-hmm. What? I'm not sure what I'm looking for.
So, why are they stuck here
Why are they stuck here?
in this room? Why can't they get out?
I feel like I'm failing a test of some kind.
You can't see it, can you?
I don't know. Hang on. Let me go forward a few frames. God damn it. What am I looking for? This feels like a. I don't. Why can't they get out? I see Moriarty's TV.
Okay, so they come out of the elevator, and then they walk forward, and then what do they come up against? The glass wall.
Yeah. Well, I'm not
But
sure what I'm
Sherlock-
looking for.
So Sherlock and her just walked through the glass wall, right?
It's
So
a
the
different-
glass is gone.
No, it's a different cell. Isn't
Is
it?
it a different cell?
I thought so. I thought that was the implication.
If it is, and I've watched this 5 times, and I didn't clock that it was a different cell,
It necessarily has to be because the glass is back.
that's... I have been over here raving about whatever the window makers are that put this glass back in so quickly while John was unconscious, because why would they make multiple rooms that look exactly like this?
Because it's a prison. What do you mean? That's the whole
But
point of this prison. Oh, surely all of the cells look like this, right?
I don't know.
See, this is where I end up giving the show too much credit, because I read that as like you wouldn't need to build different cells for different types of criminals. You just have these kind of like locked off cells for everybody within these glass containments. I just assumed it was a different cell because that makes the most sense, right?
I'm gonna have to take some screenshots and go back and compare and see, because I kept thinking that the bed was against. Wait, I actually have it. I kept thinking that the bed was over on the right side where Mycroft was, and that there was some kind of table in the middle.
When
Okay.
Eurus was in her cell. Keep that frame up. I'm gonna quickly scrub back so I can see Sherlock and her talking. Back a few frames. Give me a wide angle. It's just zoomed in on Sherlock's big old mug.
So regardless, there is a problem here with the scene establishing shot, which is supposed to be the primary wide shot whenever you go to a new location, so the audience like really knows where they're at.
Fuck, you're right. It is the same cell. Or even if it's not the same cell, it's the exact same layout, which I still think is acceptable because it's a prison. They might have multiple of the same cell, but this is literally the same layout. I'm looking at the screenshot of when Sherlock arrives.
And the interesting thing to me was when I realized that this had happened and that the glass was back was when the blood from the governor's brains was running down the glass. And I was like, that is such a cool shot. Wait a minute.
Hang on a
Why is there
second.
glass?
Yeah. I mean, it would also
And
make
then-
sense if it were her cell because she's installed all the secret doors and stuff.
Yeah. Which I was like, I really wanted to work this in there. And because I really wanted to just be able to keep saying, can you see it? You don't see it, do you?
It's so upsetting to hear. So upsetting to hear. I want to do an edit where like when the secret doors open, that song from Community, Secret Doors, plays.
Open the doors.
Open the doors. It's good stuff.
Okay, so because you're talking about the secret door, this is a theory. Do you know why it's there?
The door?
The door.
What do you mean?
Why is the...
So she could do a
Did
saw.
did she build that, secretly build that secret door explicitly for this purpose?
I would have to assume so.
Because my theory, that's what I thought from the very beginning when I was watching this. And then going back and looking at it, look at this room. All there is a bed and a table. There's no shower, there's no toilet, there's no sink.
Oh, true.
So when we go into the next room and Mycroft says, oh, you've been redecorating, I think that every room that we go into was part of her suite of rooms.
That would make sense. That makes a lot more sense, actually.
But again, it took me 5 viewings plus my 2-3 previous viewings to realize, oh, this is not something she built in order for them to... This was all scene building that the writers just utterly failed to communicate to the audience.
Also, it wouldn't have been that hard. This is what I was saying before. If we could have seen the purpose of these rooms and the way that infrastructure has been co-opted, it would give us all the detail we need. All we would have needed to see is that it used to be a bathroom somehow. Like, this stuff isn't rocket science. Like, it can be done really efficiently and really well. I always think of it because I've been watching it for fucking 3 years for this video essay. But in The Walking Dead, they do a really good job of showing the ways in which a space existed and has been mutated by the apocalypse, and then people have come in and changed it into something else. But you can always kind of tell what it used to be in it, that it had function. And I think these spaces feel like sound stages in the absence of that context. And that's where that feels even more contrived in a way. Your explanation makes perfect sense. I just don't know textually if I would have clocked that unless you told me. And I watched this 3 times and I've literally written like several hundred words of notes about it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, we're paying attention to this shit.
Yeah. And it actually, like, I remember being bothered by this before, being bothered by the fact that there wasn't a toilet in this room, because the implication is this room is her entire life. But I always just, I let it go because I was like, oh, this was just a filmmaking mistake. I've seen this a whole lot where they miss little details, and this was one of them. But then the line that Mycroft says is, you've been redecorating, and then that's when it clicked. Oh, this must all be hers. And it could have so easily been shown to the audience if he adds another line like, oh, you've been redecorating. This used to be her garden. This used to be her exercise room. This used to be her kitchen. You know? Like, it would have been so easy.
Which stands to reason, because you couldn't exist in a single room for 20 years or whatever. Like, that makes sense. Okay, so that's really interesting. I guess to connect the scene, and then we'll take another quick break. So basically she's like, hey, so she, as you said, she shoots the wife anyway, and then tells Sherlock to take the gun with the single bullet because he'll need it later. She opens a secret door leading to a series of rooms with puzzles. I'll get to the first room after the break. So we will take a quick pit stop here and then be right back to talk about the ending of the episode, and then sort of set up for our kind of finale episode next time, where we'll talk a little bit about the community's reaction to this. We'll kind of read the first little bit of the book I've written on this topic, and then we'll probably wrap up our thoughts in general on the show and then prepare ourselves for talking about the conspiracy stuff. So that'll do it for this little section. We'll take a quick break and be right back. This season of Give Up After 3 is brought to you by the book of the same name, Give Up After 3, a historical analysis of Sherlock's lost final episode, where I take all the research we've done from the show across the seasons and all the learnings and findings and condense that into a full academic book. It's fun, it's lighthearted, but it also has a lot of the more interesting things we discovered and worked through. So if you want a way to support the show and also get something really interesting, you can find that at zeroindent.com/store. That's zeroindent.com/store.
This had to break to talk about our clothes for a minute.
Yeah, it could be worse. Last episode, we took an entire break to talk about Doctor Who for 30 minutes. Okay, so in the first room, Eurus has left them an envelope with images of suspects of a crime in which a man was shot, as well as the rifle he shot with. She demands they solve who did it in exchange for more time to talk with the girl on the plane. To further pressure them, she suspends the three suspects out the window, hanging over the sea, asking Sherlock to condemn one of them. So, like, this is fully just a scene from, like, a Saw film, right? Like, this is just so dramatic and over the top.
Yeah, but it also was like, it was shot so in such an intriguing way. And then also, hopefully you're going to talk about it at some point, but the signs of three that we had talked about before, and the whole thing with triangles, and now that I'm looking at this scene, and it is like so freaking obvious, and I don't know how that actually plays into anything that we see throughout the rest of the episode.
We'll probably talk about it at the end, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like my big note is that, and I had said it before, that I wish that this scene is what we would have seen play out in all of the other ones, where they have to do these deductions in order to solve her puzzles, and the puzzles are not this emotional thing, it's an intellectual thing, because that's where she can't connect with people, or she doesn't feel anyone is smart enough to connect with her. And that's the route I wish that they would have taken, doing more of this, and it would have given us more deductions, which is something that we've always said, is there's not enough mystery in this mystery show.
And this deduction's pretty fun. You know, the way that Sherlock just kind of goes into, like, overdrive and sort of works through the evidence is pretty fun.
Although a bunch of that is stupid, incredibly stupid.
Dumb as hell, but at this point, that's what the show does, so I've fully moved on from giving I'm fully moved on from this needs to make sense as a detective story, and I'm just like, yeah, it's fun to see them talk about crimes again, finally. Like, at least there's that.
It was like one thing that was so confusing. It was, I love how Sherlock gives the gun to, first he tries to give it to his brother, and then he gives it to John because they're the experts and they're going to tell him something about the gun. Yet all John gives him to work off of is that it doesn't have crosshairs. And that lets Sherlock realize that a caliber bullet of that size would have enough blowback to damage the guy's glasses. So John inspecting the gun doesn't give him any useful information whatsoever.
Not at all.
And then the entire thing is solved because Mycroft looks at the dude and realizes, oh, he had laser surgery. And that was what let them solve it.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot look at someone and say, oh, they don't have their glasses on, they got laser surgery.
Well, the way that he gets to laser surgery is from the other grooming techniques and the fact that he hadn't, you know, trimmed his ears or whatever.
Yeah, but also, if you've had laser surgery, you're no longer wearing your glasses, you're not going to have the indents in your nose from wearing the eyeglasses, because those will fade after days of not wearing them. So
it's
like
also
the entire
it's
solve,
a batshit insane solve. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah,
but it's interesting, and we got a big old cool gun that is a wicked cool gun.
It's a cool gun. It's a cool. You know what? Credit to Sherlock. It is a cool gun. They done a big cool gun. Yeah, the conclusion of this is, so Mycroft and Watson sort of, you know, Mycroft's like, I'm not going to compete or whatever, and Watson's like, it's not about us, dude. And then we sort of get Sherlock figuring it out, condemning the man in the middle, and then Eurus drops the other two men, and then this is like sort of a big shocking revelation, because they're like, well, wait, what the fuck? Like, that's not fair. Like, you know, why would you do that? She basically says, look, there's no difference between the guilty or the innocent. And then, you know, she sort of goes, well, in that case, like, what if we did condemn the innocent man, and then drops him as well? It's an interesting maneuver. I think it's really trying to get Sherlock into that distressed mindset before the next room, which I think is really where the kind of psychological torture reaches its sort of climax. Yeah, what do you think about this maneuver by Eurus of kind of dropping all three of them?
The problem with it is that the way that they did it, it doesn't actually let the audience think about the problem that they were trying. They were trying to say, is there any difference? Like morally between killing these people, but the problem is that it doesn't make a difference because she is crazy.
Yep.
That's why it doesn't make a difference.
Yep.
So it's trying to make you think about all these moral quandaries, but it's coming from someone who doesn't understand morality in the first place. So the entire thing just kind of doesn't land. And then in the midst of that, you have this whole weird thing with all the guys, which has started with John saying, Mycroft, we have to be strong, we have to be soldiers because there's a little girl up in the air and she's all that matters now, and we got to be strong. And I love this version of him where he is like aggressive and knows what needs to be done, but the stuff that he is saying also makes no sense because constantly we are hearing the same thing, and it doesn't matter how many people die as long as they save this one girl. And that kind of circles back to what you were talking about before, but they also never address, like, why. I don't understand why this girl in this plane is so important.
Yeah.
Especially when there's no proof that this actually exists. And this scene is also problematic because Euros has now utterly broken her word. And I think she would have done the same thing in the first room. Had John shot the governor, I'm pretty confident that Euros would have immediately shot the wife, because that's the point she was trying to make, was that there's no difference. Your morals don't matter. You're still going. So I think that she still would have shot the wife, and she would have said, now look where your morals got you. It didn't make a difference, did it? You tried to be the good guy, and she still died. So, and that's what we got with this scene, was you tried to do the right thing and get the criminals to die, but instead everyone died. I don't know, just all of the morality stuff tied in with airplane stuff, none of it really flows together. Everything is just, I don't know.
Yeah, and they try for this maneuver where, like, they realize that the plane is going to crash into a city, and they try to use that to make it more important. And it's like, it all feels very contrived. I think that's kind of the biggest issue, is like none of it really clicks into place properly.
Yeah, and like the biggest thing is, like, I don't know if this is really an Occam's razor thing, but like no one second guesses that this is real. No one, like Mycroft and Sherlock, the two like smartest people in the entire country, maybe the entire world, never second guess that the plane is real. And that just, like, the suspension of disbelief there is just wicked confusing, and the only reason that the audience isn't perturbed by this is because the filmmakers showed us the plane. Therefore the plane must be real, therefore the threat must be real. But oh, guess what? It wasn't.
And it's such a deliberate misdirect for the audience in a way that is designed for the showrunners to be able to do the clever twist at the end. It's not in service of the audience, it's in service of the reveal. Like, of the cleverness of the reveal, right? I think that's really where I take umbrage with it. It's like we've been saying this whole show. They're interested in looking clever more so than they are making a show people are going to enjoy watching or enjoy participating in. This next sequence, I think, is kind of brilliant. So this, for me, is the part of the episode that works the best. Eurus leads him into the next room where an empty coffin sits with the lid that says, "I love you." After some time, Sherlock and John deduce that the coffin is intended for Molly Hooper. Eurus explains that she has rigged Molly's apartment with explosives, and in order to call off the detonation, Sherlock must get Molly to say "I love you" on the phone within 3 minutes, but he can't reveal in any way that there's a threat or danger involved. Sherlock is thereby forced to make Molly confess her love for him, which leaves them both emotionally distraught. Afterwards, Eurus reveals there never was any bombs, and that Sherlock had in fact lost rather than won, since the result was Molly now having been emotionally hurt by him. Before leaving the room, Sherlock puts the cover on the coffin and destroys it, yelling with frustration. This... I don't know what levers they're pulling as showrunners. I don't know how, like, what it is about these actors in this moment, but this scene is like absolute agony to watch. Molly's already...
Agony in which way?
It's just really fucking good. Like...
Okay.
I would... She's already having a bad day, and then he calls, and like the absolute brutality of these two characters confronting this thing they've been dancing around for so long. I thought the acting here was stellar. I think the script is absolutely brilliant. The way that the way that she's like, well, you say it first, and just the absolute like Cumberbatch does such a great job in this sequence of just all this interiority is flashing across his face, and then I absolutely brilliant. I love this scene. It's just tremendous.
Yeah, I think the problems that I have with it are more about the context with everything else rather than the scene itself, the way that the actors played it, like even the dialogue, like all of it was really intriguing, but the entire thing doesn't serve a point. What point was Euros trying to make by this?
Yeah, and that was our discussion earlier, right? Is like, this isn't really in service of any like moral lesson. It's not in service of like showing Sherlock something about himself. You know,
it's almost like she just wants to see them. It's almost like she wants to see what human emotion is.
Yeah,
and this is the only way she could do it, is to force people that she knows to show her human emotion. It's just so convoluted.
But that doesn't really relate to like her point at the start, which is like, you know, she's interested in these, you know, intuitive moral codes, you know, buffing up against, you know, particular contexts. Like, this doesn't really have anything to do with the other stuff that's happened so far. It just seems to be designed to torture Sherlock.
And I really disliked that this scene was another downgrade to Molly, in my opinion, because we've seen her go from being like, she was happy with Tom, she had moved on, and she was happy to start this life being happily married, and then all of a sudden, like, she is like rough in this scene. You know, like, she looks rough. She's obviously having a bad day. She said she's having a bad day, but you can clearly see it in the way that they did her makeup and the way she carries herself and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, they just keep showing us Molly being like beaten down, and it's just like, it's just tough, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I guess the implication here is she's still in the wake of I guess, the combination of like her engagement falling apart and Mary's death, and just like, there's just like a lot going on. I don't know, that there's something interesting. I agree. I think it's clever though to have her be, from a structural perspective for this scene, it helps that she's already miserable when he calls, because it makes it even harder for this to proceed. It's just a shame that, yeah, we don't really get to see her have a complete interior life after season 1, to be honest.
I did find it really interesting that Euros ends this scene by saying, "Why would I have been so careless as to put bombs in her flat?" But she snuck in there, or had someone sneak in there to put cameras all over the flat so they could watch Molly during this. So what is the difference between being careless with cameras and being caught, and being careless with explosives and being caught?
Also, she pretended to be John's therapist and literally like talked to Sherlock in person. Like, I think that at this point, careless is not. Yeah, it's just a very odd. It's an odd way to try and outmaneuver the situation, to be like, I'm not that dumb, I wouldn't do that. It's like, well, but you blew up Baker Street. Like, that seemed pretty careless. Do you know? Yeah, like it's sort of very contradictory.
Like, they probably were not keeping those patience grenades in the prison, because that just doesn't seem like a great idea. So she would have had to have stole it from somewhere else, and then she walked into a Best Buy and bought the quadcopter to mount it on top of. Like, there's a whole lot of stuff that she has done. A lot of steps. She's like, this is the line.
It's not convoluted that she would rig Molly Hooper's apartment with explosives. Like, that seems like very on brand at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was just like such a needless line that it was just it's supposed to degrade Sherlock even further, but it's only there for the audience. It doesn't make sense in the context of the scene, and like I just want to talk with them so much about how they love the word context, but they hate their or they just misuse it all the time, and they can't
Yeah.
write good context for the life of them.
I do thoroughly enjoy. I mean, this is what I mean about overwritten though, because there's a way that she could have had this scene end. Like the scene could have ended with her saying something to Sherlock that was almost like empathetic, that would have driven him even further to fury. Like she could have been like, "Oh, you really do love her, don't you?" And then he could have had this like outburst where it's like, do you know what I mean? Like there's such a range of things that could have been said here that would have made this a really kind of subtle and nuanced, like we would, I think about the way some scenes end in BoJack Horseman where a character will say something and you'll cut to credits and you'll just sit there in the like weight of what just happened and you're like, fuck, man. And this could have been one of those moments where you could have just like sat there and been like, Jesus Christ, this sucks. But instead, as you say, like you get this line and then you kind of go, wait, does that make sense? And the plot just moves along. Like it doesn't really, yeah.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth as to whether this would be a good rewrite or not, but I'm constantly thinking that the easiest, best way for him to get those words out of Molly would be for him to say, like, Molly, I'm having a really tough day today. I'm having a difficult time right now. I need to hear you say that you love me. I need to know that I'm loved by someone. I really need to hear this right now.
Yeah.
And him being vulnerable in that fashion in order to get her to say that would have been so real because he's not able to hide behind his intellect anymore. And it would have been something that obviously he actually meant in that moment. It could have been a really good scene, but
Yeah, I also think that's an interesting rewrite. I probably would have if it were me, I would keep most of what's here. I would change the turn at the end and Eurus's reaction. And I would probably change John's reaction as well. Like, I don't know, there's a lot you could do here that would really solidify this as like a real moment for Sherlock as a person. Like initially he's resisting it, and then when she says you need to say it first, that could really fundamentally change him forever.
and the reaction at the end does not make sense. So yeah, having some kind of instigator for him to like it's just supposed to be he's so frustrated of not having control, and that's why he smashes the coffin that's
Yeah.
apparently made out of the weakest wood ever in history.
Coffins are made out of pretty weak wood. They're designed to like disintegrate.
Maybe in Australia they are. I mean,
I forget. Y'all in America got like those XXL like premium coffins, They got the spinning rims on them and shit, like,
dude, they gotta be zombie proof, man. Like, have you learned nothing?
It's true. If The Walking Dead's taught me anything, zombie proof is important. Very, very important.
Also, they're in a triangle again.
Yeah.
I need this. We got to get there because now it's just like bugging me.
Yeah, it's gonna drive me mental. Yeah. So they're in a triangle around a coffin. Not the first time we've seen those three men stand in a triangle around a corpse. So
Oh, before we leave that scene,
Yeah.
like one of the last lines that Euros gives is emotional context. It destroys you every time.
what does that mean?
I don't know.
What does that mean? Emotional context. What is emotional context, and why does your story need it? Oh no, this is gonna be like a Moffat moment where it's like a hugely meta. Oh no, here we go. Jesus fucking Christ, this is a terrible explanation. Hang on. Gaining deeper insights. Blah blah blah. Okay. That's all fucking useless. Thanks, Lisa Hall Wilson. Terrible article. I'm just trying to see if I can find what this means out of context, because I bet Steve's read something and been like, "Oh, I can implement that in my story."
That would make a lot of sense if because they say those words too many times for it not to
Yeah.
mean something, but the story never really fully explains what they mean by it. In some scenes they do, because like later on when they discover who Redbeard is, and then she's like, "Here's the emotional context. Here it is," and then yeah, that one makes sense. But for the rest of these,
So basically, this person's suggestion is you get specific and nuanced about why a character is feeling what they feel and what motivates their actions and thoughts. This gives the reader a reason to engage and care, as the emotional context brings unique specificity to your character's emotions. So I guess what the maneuver here is they're presented with a problem. So she presents them with the problem, and then she provides emotional context to make them care about solving it. Which feels like a meta thing because it's also a way of making the audience care about the thing that's happening because it's characters we know, right? So it's sort of like, I guess I could see how they want it to work on a meta level, where it's the only reason we care about the, like, you know, who should Sherlock kill is because it's two characters we know. Why should we care about someone saying I love you? Because it's Molly.
I'm just imagining a rewrite of that scene where they call Lestrade. It's like, make him say it, Sherlock.
He'd say it immediately. He'd be like, of course I fucking love you, dude. You solve all my cases. Duh.
And actually, that would be a funny rewrite just from, like, to do a little comedy sketch. Where, like, he does the same scene, but he calls up a dude, and he's just like, hey, I love you, bro. I love you too, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, click,
Like,
we're done.
cool, done. That was quick. Yeah. Oh, boy. Anyway, I think if you haven't watched the episode, definitely worth watching that scene just for the acting alone. There's a lot of stuff happening there, but yeah, it's kind of a shame the way it resolves doesn't really work. Just seeing if I need more notes on this before we move on. Yeah, that was kind of it. I've written down, like, you can tell that Molly isn't dealing well with anything at the moment. Clearly, you know, the end of her engagement's having an impact. Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because if this is the series finale, that's our last bit of Molly. We don't have a redemption for her.
Yeah, and no resolution either. No resolution between her and Sherlock, which is interesting. That's something a prospective season 5 should definitely have dealt with, I feel. Is the fallout of that, what that means for these two characters. So that's also, so you can see from a reading of this text, there are enough unpulled threads and enough unresolved things that you start to go like, maybe the story isn't over. You can kind of start to feel the way that, like, some of this stuff, your instinct goes, yeah, but they surely wouldn't just leave it like that, would they? Let's see, they must have something else going on. They must have some other plan. So the next room is empty. Eurus tells Sherlock he has to now either shoot John or Mycroft. Mycroft proclaims that intellect rather than sentiment is what's needed. The obvious choice should be John. John argues for a second, but then pretty quickly agrees with Mycroft. Sherlock pretty quickly identifies that Mycroft is trying to taunt him into shooting him. This eventually leads Sherlock to point the gun at Mycroft, but after realizing it took only 5 minutes for Moriarty and Eurus to devise the entire plan, Sherlock puts the gun to his own throat while threatening Eurus with a 10-second countdown. Not getting what she wanted, Eurus shoots them with tranquilizer darts from the walls. I mean,
Where to start?
there's so much going on here. Who would you shoot?
I would have honestly really quickly reflected to exactly what happened because, and I don't know if that's just me thinking I'm smarter than I am after the fact because I've seen it, but the whole thing was obviously about him. And so the very idea that he is being forced to kill one of the other two people means he is the one person that absolutely must leave the place alive. Mm-hmm. Therefore, he is the one person that he should turn the gun on in order to get an upper hand on their captor. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's the logical conclusion.
Okay, but if you had to shoot one of the two boys, who do you shoot?
Mycroft's a jerk, so...
Yeah, same. I don't like him very much.
But, like he says, even though he's just, like, trying to play everyone, like, Mycroft's brains have a better chance, probably, of getting them out of the situation.
True, but John has a kid.
Oh, whatever. She's a baby.
She won't know the difference.
Yeah.
She can get raised by Molly for all I care. Fuck it.
Yeah.
God.
She won't remember she lost him.
That's
Yeah,
the
she'll be
spin-off
fine.
sitcom, Sherlock and Molly raised John's baby. God.
It's like
Yeah.
literally. Oh wait, you haven't seen the new Thor movie, have you?
No.
You should. I really want to talk about it.
Yeah, I know you do. Okay, so yeah, I guess the morality here is interesting. Mycroft pretty easily and pretty quickly determines like he's not going to be able to kill John, so it has to be me. And there's an interesting maneuver here of the Holmes siblings having sort of this unique relationship with each other, where they sort of when they recognize that one of them has come to a conclusion, they're pretty willing to get on board. And I thought it was just like an interesting little sort of character maneuver here to have Sherlock pretty quickly just be like, yeah, fuck it, I'll shoot my brother. Which I thought was interesting. I think there's something compelling about their relationship that lets this happen fairly quickly.
This was the more interesting thing to me in this entire scene was this should have been tied in with that the woman, I don't remember which episode that was, but one thing that we had talked about with the resolution of that one was that it was, and I can't remember if we decided it's what they were going for when she says Jim Moriarty gave me all kinds of clues as to how to deal with the Holmes brothers, and that was supposed to be the instigator that gave Sherlock the knowledge in order to solve the crime.
Yeah.
Whether or not that's what they were intending or not, that's definitely what it should have been, and it should have been the exact same thing here, where as soon as Sherlock finds out Moriarty met with her, Moriarty was involved in this, thus Moriarty is obsessed with me, and so I am more important to this than I ever realized. That's when he turns the gun on himself. So we have this like repeating thing where the villain giving away the fact that they're working with Moriarty, that is the clue that lets Sherlock gain the upper hand. That could have really nicely tied together that first season with this last one, but they didn't do that. So
Yeah, it's a good idea though, isn't it? It's a good idea. Yeah, I'm still not really sure what to make of like when he says, you know, it took them 5 minutes. Like I'm not really sure what to make of that. Like whether it's this implication of like there's nothing we can do, I just have to give up, whether it's this implication of like they clearly haven't thought it through, I have another option. Like I just don't know what to make of that line and its implication for his decision here.
I think it was supposed to be that they have established such a brilliant master plan that they only needed 5 minutes in order to destroy absolutely everything that Sherlock holds dear. I think that's what the writers were going for.
Yeah.
But as we've already said, in that 5 minutes, they didn't actually talk about anything. They did little snake charming stuff, and she said the word Redbeard, and she said, hey, make a bunch of recordings for me, and this is what you should say. I mean, they talked through all this stuff. Moriarty knew that Sherlock would choose to kill his brother instead of John, but it's not like they were like, hey, go to this rooftop and then that's how you're going to help me escape from prison. It's not like they worked out an escape plan for Euros as part of their 5 minutes. The 5 minutes got them nothing. So this whole revelation about 5 minutes doesn't tie in with the other stuff, but it's cool. It's cool in the moment. It sounds really cool when you're first hearing it for the first time through, and then I guess as long as you never watch it again, then you'll...
Like most of this stuff, yeah, on first blush, it's fine. And then under any modest amount of scrutiny, it just falls apart. Yeah, it's an interesting scene. I think John immediately resigning himself to die is, again, interesting. I don't know if it fits with his character. I don't know that more like Mycroft's decisions really fit with his character. But it's an interesting scene. I think I think it's interesting that you know there was clearly a more gauntlet left. I guess is that the implicate because you know he's gonna do this and then it's like who do you want to continue on with? There might be more trap rooms and more escape rooms, but then obviously, you know, the tranquilizer, and then we sort of move on pretty quickly. So that's just interesting to me, that maybe there was more stuff that we didn't see. It's
Yeah,
hard to say.
I had that same thought, kind of wondering, because this was the first time we've seen her be surprised by someone's actions. She had predicted everything else, and so I was wondering, like, the next scene that takes them to Musgrave Hall, like, was that planned? Was that the plan the entire time, or did she have to change everything because they changed everything?
Mm.
Maybe everyone was supposed to die there together at the prison.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It's an interesting kind of like, but again, like this is the frustrating thing about this episode is it's just not really interested in asking those questions. Like it goes, oh yeah, that happened and moves on. It doesn't go, wait a minute, but how does that change her perspective? How does that change her plan? You know?
yeah.
Just kind of breathe past it.
Now, one thing that was really cool that I wanted to be sure to point out was, again, credit to the cinematography, because beautiful shot when he's going unconscious and he falls back into this like pool of black liquid and it slowly comes up to cover his face. It's just so well. I loved it.
Yeah.
So well done.
Yeah. Really, again, really, really cool transitions in this episode. Okay, so Sherlock wakes up hours later in a cell with images scattered on the walls. He's reconnected with the girl on the plane through an earpiece and starts to guide her into landing the plane before being cut to John, who has woken up chained to the bottom of a well. Realizing the cell is a ruse, Sherlock easily pushes down the wall to see he is at Musgrave. Eurus once again challenges him to solve his first case, the Musgrave ritual, and save John. Sherlock simultaneously guides the girl in landing the plane and solves Eurus's puzzle, while Eurus mocks him with a cryptic song. Having already analysed the song's lyrics with little results, Eurus reminds him that Redbeard was not a dog, for they could have never had one as her father was allergic, but rather the nickname for his best friend, Victor Trevor. This revelation dawns upon Sherlock as John discovers the bones in the well are human, not canine. Sherlock realizes that he remembered Redbeard as a dog to cope with the trauma of his friend's death. I'll talk about the solve in a second, but do you have any notes on this little section here? The Redbeard revelation, anything here that calls your attention?
The biggest question was something that we had kind of already talked about, which was like what the meaning of emotional context actually is, at least in the writers' minds, because Sherlock was unable to figure out the Musgrave ritual, which was the passphrase song that she was singing all those years ago, and he was unable to figure out what that meant until he had the emotional context of knowing that Redbeard wasn't a dog. And I don't understand how that works, because she gave him the riddle 20 years ago, and she was obviously hoping he would solve it immediately, not hoping it would take 20 years for him to figure out what she was saying, because the song was just saying, hey, I need help, I need you to love me.
Also,
she didn't want to...
What is the fact that Redbeard wasn't a dog? Is that emotional context, or is that just information? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
That's why I kept saying is I don't know what they mean, because they're throwing around the words emotional context like it means something different than a dictionary would define it. I don't know what they're trying to say, or maybe they just think it's a smart, it's a smart sounding phrase, so it sounds like it should be in the show. But she's like, emotional context, Sherlock, it's everything, and here it comes, and then John holds up the skull. Like,
yeah, because like actual emotional context, the best example of this is like The Last of Us Part 2, which does this. People have different feelings about that game, but basically, like, at the start of that game, a character kills the main character from the first game, and you, as his daughter, basically like track them down and try to confront them. Then the game swaps and you play as the character that killed the main character from the first game, and you spend like 10 hours learning why they did that and what drove them to that action. That is emotional context, and it takes a long time to fully understand it. For me here, Redbeard not being real, like, that's not emotional context. The emotional context here would be like, if we learned that Eurus had been lonely when she was a kid, That would be emotional context that might help him solve this and be like, oh, maybe, or that she was particularly jealous. Like knowing her, some aspect of her kind of interiority would be emotional context. But just the fact that Redbeard wasn't a dog is just, that's just not. That's just information.
Which we do get those things. We get both those things you describe, like as he's solving the song riddle, but it's the Redbeard is not a dog, it was a boy that lets him say, "Oh, I need to look at the gravestones." Like I don't get what yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't track for me. I don't really understand it. Yeah, I also think that the Redbeard revelation is very melodramatic. Like it's played off as this big grand revelation, and as we just said, like I don't really fully understand how he arrives there. It's almost a little bit silly to an extent. And then he sort of runs out to go and decipher the tombstones. I just think that they fumble some of this toward, and like this is where you really need to stick the landing, I think, to really pull this all together.
It is a really quick flip for him because he is like almost crying because he's remembering his best friend and coming to realize that his best friend like drowned to death, probably starved to death and then drowned over the course of however many days that he was stuck in that well, right? And he is realizing all of this stuff, and then he immediately goes to running up to find his sister in the room and saying, "Oh, I'm here for you. I'm never going to leave you again. You murdered my friend. I love you. I love you." Like,
yeah, the knowledge doesn't seem to like change. It's just very like, we don't know what he's feeling. And what he is feeling doesn't make sense to us. And I just think like this whole ending is very muddled and confusing. I guess I'll try and get us there and then we can kind of work back through it. So Sherlock deciphers the cryptic song and realizes that the girl on the plane was a mental metaphor, which is actually Eurus asking Sherlock for help. Finally getting the love she was denied as a child from Sherlock, she tells him where John is and he is rescued. It's then revealed that Mycroft was safe and had been locked away in her old cell in Sharonford. So Sherlock deciphers the tombstones. We get our last look at his like little whooshy SFX. I thought it was fine here. I have no complaints about it. It was reserved and interesting to watch. I've written down here my Moffat moment for the episode is the plane being a metaphor, because it's very Steve to be, and the quote that she provides is, "Every time I close my eyes, I'm on the plane, lost in the skies, and no one can hear me." This is very Moffat in a way that it's just like, I don't know. For me, it's iconoclastic of his style. Not in a good way, just in a way that like is very, very on brand. The resolution here is he hugs her, and then John gets saved off screen. I don't know why any of this happens particularly, if I'm being honest. I'm not really sure. I'm confused, is I guess my ultimate takeaway from this.
As I've said, I love the idea. I think it's really cool imagery for him to open the door to the cockpit of the plane and find the little girl in there, and it's the little girl that he now remembers as his sister, and this works if she was not a chaotic evil the entire time. Mm-hmm. If she was at best neutral, if not good, pretending to be evil, such that she never actually killed anyone and everything was faked, then this is perfectly fine. She is just lost and helpless and calling out for help, and the audience doesn't have to feel bad about empathizing with her. But now we've seen her murder 5 people on screen, plus the people off screen, and we can't feel sorry for her at this moment, but Sherlock is desperate, like the dialogue is trying to make us feel as sorry for her as possible.
Yeah.
Because she was born this way. She can't help it. It's not her fault. This is just who she is. And look how smart you are. You're crying out for help in the only way you know how. And it's like, yeah, I want to feel bad, but you wrote her in a way so I can't feel bad about it because she's a murdering psychopath.
Yep.
Like.
Yep. It's just truly bizarre. If you haven't watched this episode, it's so hard for us to articulate what we mean, but this all happens very quickly and very dramatically, but none of it really makes sense, or none of it really like tracks or feels emotionally true. It just sort of is a rushed kind of solution, I think.
Something else that I found like really funny was they tried to make it sound really bad. They're like, what happened to Mycroft? It's like, how badly did she hurt him? He was locked up in her cell. It is the worst thing ever. Look at it. Look how terrible it is in there.
It seems pretty
It's
chill.
well lit.
Yeah.
It's clean. There's a bed. He was locked up in there. And they make it sound like it's the worst thing ever. I'm like, it's
fine.
what do you
fine.
want?
Yeah.
Like, there are so many, like, she chained John up to the bottom of a well and started filling it with water. She was literally going to drown him while he was on the phone talking to his best friend. And I wish that they had done something more aggressive for her punishment for Mycroft, and something that had more of a timer to it as well.
Yeah.
And probably something that tied in with everything that we've seen so far, but instead it was nothing. And I don't know if the implication is supposed to be that she was never actually mad at him because he was trying his best and he was giving her treats and he was, like, in his way trying to show her love and give her a nice-ish clean place to live. I don't know. There's so many ways to read it, and none of them are what the writers did because none of it makes sense.
Yep. That is a very good summary. That is a very like concise way of summarizing that. I mean, the ending stuff here is pretty non-anything. Like Eurus is taken back to Sherrinford. Mycroft then admits to their parents that she's alive, but that she won't talk to anyone. Sherlock.
Oh,
Yeah.
how before we get there, how forced was the deep waters, Sherlock? Your whole life.
Oh my
Deep waters.
God.
That was so like I love the line. The line is cool, but it's stupid because he didn't choose any of those places. It was
I
just
know.
stuff that happened.
I know.
And one of them was a dream.
One of it was a dream. That's where the line is from. That's when he's in a dream. Fuck. God damn it.
So she's so smart that she knows like the dreams he's having.
It's fucking ridiculous. That just made me mad thinking about it. Yeah, it's dumb and bad. This is defeating me. Sherlock
Oh, my word.
goes to visit Eurus, and though they don't talk, they play violin together. Eventually, Sherlock and John return to clean up Baker Street, and unbelievably, John receives an anonymous CD with "Miss You" written on it, which they watch together. It's another message from his late wife, who encourages him to continue working with Sherlock, solving cases and adventures together. Like, I've written down, this message at the end is so totally unnecessary and messy and indulgent. I'm embarrassed for Moffat and Gaddis as a creative duo. I understand this instinct, but at least one of them should have held each other accountable. This ending is so embarrassing. If you sat down at your typewriter and you put this into your script, you sat down and you said, actually, Mary sent a third CD we didn't know about. And it's going to play at the end, and the boys are going to go and run, and it's going to look like some good fun adventure boys. It's just indulgent trite, and it is embarrassing that it's here. I cannot believe this got through the number of people that would have had to see this for it to get released. Truly.
It's interesting. It's interesting for me to want to argue that I love the premise of this as an ending for the series, because I love any time that Mary is involved. I love that she would have had the forethought to consistently leave these notes and have them delivered in a specific time frame in which she knew that John would need some kind of motivation. But at this point, he doesn't need any motivation, so it doesn't really hit. But I love the idea of it. Could have worked if they had written things differently. I kind of like the idea that she is trying to get him to stay with Sherlock because she sees the potential in that relationship. So if this had come earlier, in the episode where they were separated, then it would have hit a lot harder because the whole thing is about trying to keep them together, but they're already together, so it doesn't make sense. And then the the dialogue is so, who you are doesn't matter. It's all about the legend, the stories, the adventures. Like, she is saying that to her husband who just watched her die. And she's saying who you are doesn't matter.
It's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, it's like, that is abhorrent, but the premise was amazing. Like, I
Yeah, it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Like, either cut it entirely or do a complete rewrite of this.
And so I love, like I had said before, I love the rewrite where this ending is the same thing of seeing them doing all of these, like, we get a bunch of really cool little looks into the solves that they're doing with these, these different mysteries, and in the midst of this, they're, carrying around John's daughter, and we're seeing, like, what kind of life that they could be living, and intermixed with all of that, Euros could be a part of it. She could be in, whether it's a Zoom call or whether she's sometimes there in person, but all of that overlaid with Mary's voiceover, like, it could have been really, really good and really engaging and led up to a fantastic fifth season with having two Sherlock level mind level people there with the John to keep them leveled. It could have been great. Yeah. And that's why this is so intriguing to me. Like, this episode, I want to watch it again now. Because it is so intriguing, the possibilities that are, like, there's so many possibilities to make it good, and they skipped over all of them.
Yeah, it's that promise of potential. It's the potential of it, and then you get into the practice of it, and I mean, but this is the trick, or the beguiling thing about the kind of stories that Moffat tells is they are almost always really good and really interesting, but they never quite are they? It's always the promise of it'll get good and it'll pay off soon. Just keep watching. It's the promise of, like, yeah, it's a detective story and it'll start to make sense soon, probably. It's like, oh yeah, like all that stuff with Sherlock and Redbeard is going somewhere interesting. Just watch to find out where it goes, and then the second they have to stick the landing, it's too hard because it's too contrived and it's trying to be too clever, and it just, it has to be the most at all times, and it being the most at all times, it fails to really sort of be anything in particular, and have anything in particular work. And I think it's really, this episode for me is a distillation of everything about Moffat's instincts as a writer kind of bottled together, because there is so much brilliance in here that is held back by a lack of restraint and a lack of kind of, I guess just like a lack of focus or attention in the right parts of the story, and a real focus on the wrong kind of aspects of what makes stories interesting to watch. This is clearly interesting to make, but it constantly forgets that someone has to watch this, and your audience is where the meaning is created. It's not created in you making the show, it's created in the reception of the show. And I think that's a really fundamental absence that you can see in this show throughout.
All right. Are you totally drained? Because this was that was an endeavor.
It was. Let's tie this off with something a bit easier where we don't have to think. Can you go to... Do you have the doc open?
No. Do I need to?
Yeah. If you want to go to page 177. Yeah, for the listener at home, we have a 200-page document.
All right, let me wait 5 minutes for it to load because
it's pretty long. So you want to go down to, page 177, and it'll be the disclaimer part. And then we'll go from there.
140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190 to... There we go. All right. That was just me waiting for everything to load, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. 177. All right.
Okay, you should see my cursor, I think. Okay, so can you read, not the disclaimer bit, but the bit after that, which is that quote below that?
There is no way to open the supply depot door. Accepted. You cannot open all the doors. You have to integrate this into your character. Some doors will forever remain closed. Even if every single other door will open at one time or another, maybe to a key, or maybe some sort of tool meant for opening doors. But this one will never accede to such commands. A realization crucial to personal growth. Crucial.
Lovely. So that's from Disco Elysium, which was published by Zaum Studios. I gave you that quote in like season 1, I think.
Yeah,
and I think
that rung a bell.
Yeah, it really, I think for me, it really encapsulates a lot of what we talked about. So then I have just the two dedications. So to James, my buddy James, who I do the advisory with. Creativity is mostly about being persistent and brave, and not the fun, cool kind of brave where you take huge swings, but the little day-by-day brave things, the courage to keep trying. Your courage inspires me to keep trying every day. So I'm going to read the foreword and then the introduction. So the foreword, I'm going to need you to do Sherlock's voice and be Sherlock. So basically, I don't know if you can see where I'm at, but so this is Sherlock talking here.
Yeah.
And then Sherlock talking here. And then this is me talking. So I'll do the narration and I'll do me, but if you can do Sherlock, that would be sensational.
You'll do the narration.
Okay, yeah. So forward, 4:03 p.m.
What is it you're writing?
Asked Sherlock from the other side of the room. He slouched in the armchair to my left, facing away from the fireplace, staring out the rectangular window at the approaching sunset.
Your typing is ever so loud, and I've barely said a word.
Give up after 3, I replied, looking up from the table.
Could you do it without typing so very loud?
He said. Well, no, I have to type. It's a book about, well, you, actually. An academic book. I thought you'd like that.
Academics are worse than idiots. At least idiots have the decency to keep their trivia thoughts to themselves instead of forcing them on the world. And what, you've new ideas in this book of yours? The notion that you can synthesize the same material over and over and bear some new interpretations of reality is the height of hubris and requires a greater mind than yours.
So you won't help me then? Why even invite me here? Sherlock rolled his eyes.
Does it bother you, living in denial?
He said. Sorry?
Come on, washed-up fiction writer whose books never sold enough? Expensive clothes, but your insecurity is obvious. Why else do you fill your hair with product any time you leave the house? And the boring day job you're embarrassed of. If only you'd made it, got that big book deal. Instead, you're here, in my flat, with a mid-range laptop
Sherlock,
trying to...
I interrupted. Enough.
I suppose you blame your failed relationships on the women you let down, hmm? Just like the books never selling are your agent's fault, of course. How dull it must be in your tiny brain.
I sighed, glad at him. You agreed to do this for a reason. Are you done? I asked. Sherlock flicked his dressing gown over his chest, crossed his arms, pouted. I ignored him loudly and took in the room. Baker Street was more or less how I recalled, but decidedly more adult. The hideous green wallpaper, now granite paint. The garish rug of red and blue replaced by a thick, dark shag. Books spilled from the shelves, but the coffee tables were clean. The mantel over the fireplace organized. An arrangement of dried purple and white flowers tied the room together. It wasn't what I'd expected.
Very well. This promises to be tedious. Tell me then, failed author, what's this book about?
Well, it's about your story, the way the internet changed what it became. But ultimately, it's about the way your story ended.
Sounds thrilling. I bet you'll sell loads.
Okay, well, I wanted to start at the end. Sherlock scoffed, twirled his index finger and forefinger in a get-on-with-it motion that made me want to slap him. I suppose we should start with Apple Tree Yard, I began.
Apple Tree Yard. Oh, this'll be good. Go on, just dictate what I say and do try to keep up.
Introduction. The Secret Good final episode. On a Sunday evening in 2017, hundreds of teens gathered around their television sets, waiting for Call the Midwife to end. Waiting for the greatest trick in television history to occur. Waiting for the final fourth episode of Sherlock to begin. Tumblr exploded with speculation and anticipation. No one quite believed their own theories, but the possibility was irresistible. On face, the theory was ridiculous, really. Just unlikely enough that fans sunk their teeth in. The theory was that the premiere of Apple Triad, an adaptation of the novel, was actually a secret Sherlock episode. Reddit users gathered lists of evidence, Tumblr blogs formed theories as to what would happen. All signs pointed to a reveal that our protagonists, John Watson and Sherlock Holmes, were romantically involved and would finally get together. Moriarty would finally return. All of the loose plot threads, half-forgotten character arcs, poorly written episodes would all tie together into a huge, mind-blowing endgame. In the lead-up to that Sunday evening, when questioned about the secret fourth episode, co-creator Stephen Moffat replied, How good's your Scottish accent?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna pretend because I really have to listen to an accent before I'll even be able to hear it.
How does he
Because I'll
sound?
probably
He's
like
Glasgow. I'll do it. Hang on. For heaven's sake, what kind of secrets do you think we're keeping? Let's go home and check. Oh, look for episode 4, the Lost Special. Because he's a bit less Glaswegian, but there you go.
Nice.
Instead of Sherlock's Lost Special, an adaptation of Apple Triad played on millions of television sets. A mediocre psychological thriller began, and thousands of fans were left heartbroken, devastated. A show they'd invested hundreds of hours in, where they'd crafted dozens of theories, scoured through scenes looking for clues, all in service of a show that was just not very good in the end. This absurd moment in history was the culmination of 7 years of discourse, fan communities, conventions, fanfiction, and theory crafting. 7 years of believing that BBC Sherlock truly was the smartest show. A detective story so clever that even the smallest ambiguity or subtext ought to be a clue. Whether a casual observer or daily fan, the realization that Sherlock was finished, properly finished, settled one question once and for all. The creators weren't penning a brilliant, twisting and untwisting story for an amazing metatextual maneuver. They had tried to make a good show and failed. It's easy to view the Apple Triad theory as absurd. A series of teens failing to understand not just how television is made and marketed, but drawing each other further and further into the insular communities online. Communities desperate to see themselves represented in the media they consume, that they spent years crafting theories in active defiance of the creators and the text itself. The creators calling the theories silly, obnoxious, wrong, embarrassing. And still the fans persisted. Right till the seconds ran out on that Sunday evening and everything changed. This book is an exercise in literary forensics, starting with the corpse and the bloody fingerprints of Apple Triad, and following the show from start to finish. Each chapter examines an episode of the show in combination with the historical context of online blogs and posts. We'll attempt to trace a line from the inception of the show itself through the fan discourse all the way to that ill-fated moment when Sherlock died forever as a living piece of text. Before we do, we have to meet the forerunner of Sherlock and the reason that I'm writing this book at all, Stephen William Moffat. So that's the introduction. I don't want to spoil the maneuver and how that forward works in, but suffice it to say that Sherlock shows up a lot in this book. But yeah, so that book will be out by the time... I'll put a disclaimer at the front of this because it'll be out by the time this episode releases, but it's not out when we're recording this. So I'll put an insert in here of me telling you where you can buy it. It'll ship around the world. You can either get it on Amazon as an ebook. You can download it as a PDF. It'll be on iTunes as an ebook. Or you can order it from our store, which I'll insert the link in here when it's Future Me, where you can order it and it'll ship to wherever you are around the world, free shipping. So you can get that. It'll be called Give Up After 3. Will be the name of the book. And yeah, you'll have all the links and all the information you need. So there you go. Nice little fun sizzle to end with.
I feel like I need to buy a copy of that book and then send you a video of me like ritualistically taking it and burning it.
That's, yeah, very good. Thank you for your input. It's very healthy and normal.
Yeah, I mean, my love of the show has gone through the ringer on this
I
one.
think you'll like the book. It's very it takes a lot of what we've talked about and tries to synthesize it into, I guess, an academic framework. I think you'll get a lot out of it. I also dunk on it less than I could. Like I'm less critical on the show than I could be. I'm more interested, I guess, in the textual analysis and the way that the fans are behaving. But next episode, in our finale of the show, Darth, you have homework, which is you need to watch at least the first 10 minutes of the first episode of Apple Tree Yard. You don't have to watch the whole episode. You just need to see that moment. I want you to sit down at your computer and imagine you thought this was going to be an episode of Sherlock, and then press play.
I need to write it down because I'll never get the name right. It was Barn Tree what now?
For fuck's sake. Apple Tree Yard. I hate this. I hate this chaotic energy. I hate it. Apple Tree Yard, yeah, episode 1. Just at least watch like the first 10 minutes. So next episode, we're going to run through the theory about this secret final episode. We're going to talk through the historical context of why people believed it. And I'm going to sort of bring all of the research I've done into kind of one sort of unified, cohesive framework. And then we're probably just going to like talk about our thoughts about the show in general, and then try to sort of summarize all the work that we've done here over the last sort of 8 to 9 months. So it's going to be really exciting. And then that'll be the show completed. This project will be kind of wrapped up nicely, and you can grab the book and read through it. And then I'm sure, whatever we do next, you'll hear about it pretty soon. So that's it for this episode. Any parting words of wisdom?
I'm just laughing that we spent 8 months working on showing how bad this show is, and now we're like, hey, go buy the book.
The book is about other stuff.
Oh my word. I wonder if I am literally going to turn on an episode of Sherlock when I end, though. Like,
you're an upsetting man to be friends with.
I know, but it's been too big of a part of our lives for the past 8 months. Like, how do we move on?
With great relief.
Turn on an episode of Community. That is how you move on.
That's how you move on. Yeah.
You need some Troy and Abed. That's correct. That'll get me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or perhaps you might boot up The Last Jedi. Maybe, who's to say? Okay, we're gonna get out of here. We've been recording for like 4 hours. Thank you so much. You got anything you want to plug? Any pluggable stuff?
I have 3 scripts that are almost done, but none of it is to the editing stage. I did a poll on YouTube to see what people wanted, and I'm just gonna ignore whatever they wanted and work on whatever I want. But I did think that was interesting because Sherlock got way higher scores than I was anticipating.
It's a huge cultural artifact. People think about it.
Apparently,
yeah.
I didn't think that the overlap would have really been there for a mostly Star Wars crowd, but apparently so.
Who's to say? It was a big part of, like, it was just such a foundational text in modern media that I'm not super surprised.
But yeah, I've gone through. I finally went through all your notes from 4 months ago that you gave me for my my Kylo Ren
nice.
Edit. So I've made all of your suggested changes, and I just got to work on making a cohesive script. Which, I mean, lovely discussions coming out of that. That I was like, oh, you could actually like research writing. You could like watch clips of Dan Harmon and figure out how to be a better writer. Like, you could do that. Okay, I got homework to do. Yeah. So
Darth suddenly realized that like there is an entire part of academia which is like how to write good, which is where I live. Yes. So okay, YouTube.com. You could just go there. It's Darth_D. That should bring you there. Otherwise, it'll obviously be linked in the description. Go check it out. We'll probably have done something on Andor by the time this comes out. I just need to get my shit together and watch it finally. That'll do it for this episode. Thank you so much for watching and listening. This was a huge one. Seriously,
wave goodbye to yourself.
I hate it. I hate this so much. It's so upsetting. It's physically uncomfortable. If you want to help us recoup the costs of this very expensive jacket, you can head to patreon.com/zeroindent and consider giving us a few bucks a month. Really do appreciate it. You can get...
You're going to run a GoFundMe for your jacket.
Yeah, exactly. You can find sources and show notes at zeroindent.com/giveupafter3. Otherwise, you can find everything else we do at youtube.com/zeroindent. You can buy my novels at maynardtrick.com. And that's kind of it for this episode of the show. Stick around next time for our finale episode. It's going to be really, really fun. Probably a lot more chill than a lot of the shows so far. It'll be a bit more fun, a bit probably more lighthearted. So look forward to that. Otherwise, wherever you consume this, consider giving it a rating or a review on your podcast catcher of choice. Ratings, reviews, comments really do help more people find the show. So consider doing that. Otherwise, we will catch you guys next episode for Season 4, Episode 4, the lost episode, Apple Tree Yard, and the ending of the show. So catch you guys then. In the meantime, consider watching the first 10 minutes of Apple Tree Yard just to get the vibe, and we'll see you next week.